Merry Christmas!
Hi, this is Chris from Leicester Till I Die. Thank you for watching and listening. Have a very Merry Christmas and Happy New Year.
This is your host, Chris.
No! God, please, no! No!
I know, I'm sorry, but he's cheap and available.
How rude!
Good evening, good afternoon, good morning, whatever, and all of that. Welcome back. Yes, this was supposed to be Tom. He never told me that I was coming back. I thought I was going to put Tom in. Shall we bring him in? There you go, sir. Right, let me get the right layout. That was supposed to be extremely funny, and it was supposed to be you just on stage without me. And I said, "Well, just carry on, mate. You've done such a good job."
Bless you, mate. I thought you were messing it up, so I thought I'd switch it back the other way because you give me the admin rights while you're on holiday. So I didn't know you were planning that. I ruined the joke.
Well, you did. Oh God! And then I was thinking it was me.
Yeah, but you were saying that you were having trouble getting used to what thing was doing what, like I was during the watch-alongs, mate. It's getting the tech savviness back of the show, isn't it? So I thought you cocked up.
Yeah, well, and I understand why, because that is something normally I would do. Great. I had a Christmas cracker. It was brilliant. I mean, I can see the sun out here now, but it's wet and it's cold. We had a couple of days rain over there, but it was still warm and sunny and absolutely brilliant. I didn't want to come back. And Derek, hello Derek, how are you, sir? Nice to see you. Winks' history, never play again. Fingers crossed.
We might get a Christmas wish.
Yes, yeah. Well, I have written to Santa.
Yeah,
I've asked him if he would sort of, empty his sack and fill me stocking, but let's not go there, eh? Right, let's bring the team up across the bottom. I have to say that I am back. I had a radio show again this morning, so I'm literally not with it. What was the score last night?
Do you know what, Chris? I haven't even checked it. I'm currently got Southampton Coventry on in the background. So
I have as well, yes.
Wasn't there even a game last? Oh, yeah, it was 2-1 to Swansea. I apologise. It was a last-minute winner to Swansea. It's just come back to me.
Oh, was it? Bugger.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. 2-1 to Swansea in the Welsh Derby.
Oh, God. I went 2-1 to Wrexham.
Oh, well, you're off to a good start, mate. Welcome home.
Yeah, I know. I didn't do very well while I was away. Although, what have I predicted for this one? I predicted 1-1.
Did you? Well, it's 1-1 at the moment, but Coventry are down to 10 men.
Oh, have I missed the sending off? Right. Thing is, though, it's not a Super 6 game. It's not a Super 6 game. But, right. Well, look, those are the fixtures today. Blackburn are hosting Millwall. We've got 3 sort of 12:30 kickoffs. Preston, Norwich, and Southampton, Coventry. Let's just see. Well, we know the Southampton Coventry because they are 1-1. We've just been discussing that, haven't we?
Yeah, it was 2-0 to Blackburn, but I wasn't sure about the Preston game.
Well, let's have a look, shall we?
Yeah, good idea, mate.
Preston 0, Norwich 0.
Yeah.
So my 2-1 to Preston's out the window. And 2-0 to Blackburn. and my 2-0 to Millwall is definitely out the window. Oh, it's like I've never been away.
No, mate, you're still probably off the bottom of the league. Don't worry, I got 0 points last week, so I can't be one to be throwing stones in glass houses at me.
Oh,
Yeah.
welcome to my world, sir.
Yeah, terrible. Must be a hosting problem. When you're the host, you get 0 points.
I think it is. At some point, if I go off today, just take over, mate.
Okay.
But look, the 3 o'clock games, all the other games are 3 o'clock. Bristol, Middlesbrough, Charlton, Oxford. Sorry, mate, I have gone for a Charlton win there. Derby, Portsmouth, Hull, West Brom, Ipswich, Sheffield Wednesday, QPR, Leicester City, what I like to call the Marti Cifuentes Derby, Sheffield United, Birmingham, Watford, Derby. No, sorry, Watford Stoke. Watford Stoke. Right. This is the team, which, for only the second time this season, is unchanged.
Yeah, I'm not overly surprised. I think it's now got into a bit of a predictable sort of plodding along, hasn't it, really? But then we have, after the last 3 games, got 2 wins and a draw. So when you've got a team that's sort of getting a bit of momentum, and it was mentioned earlier, Winks obviously is still vanished, which is good news because he's obviously been a part of the problem, not the solution to where we got to so far. So, yeah, hopefully using the same what we got, Chris, will get us somewhere positive again today.
100%, and we'll come actually on to talk about Winks later, but there's no point in changing, well, they always say, don't they, what's not fixed, what's not broken, don't fix it even. All of those things, I'm just trying to find out what colour they wear, and they usually put it up, but they haven't got it on. Waste of time. But yeah, so look, a lot of things have happened because, of course, this is my first game in 3 weeks, and I have to say, or in 3 games, I should say, and I have to say, the pressure is so much on me because if we lose today, mate, you're getting the gig back totally full time.
Well, at least if we get into a relegation scrap, give me the last 2 games of the season to maybe do the miracle manager job with, change of the leadership at the end of the season, mate. But no, I'm sure the team seems a little bit more settled now, doesn't it? Before you went, it wasn't in that position. So for all joking aside, I think now you're back at the helm, I think we'll be just as good, hopefully.
Right. Thank you very much, Scott. And hello, Scott. How are you? Apparently we're in pink today. Well done, whoever just said that. I think Gray has. I need to go and change then. Bloody typical, isn't it? So, look, Stolarczyk back in goal. When I left, I think it was Berkovic who did rather well. I don't know. I think there's a good case for him to be left. And my first bout of humble pie because, I was saying I would hate it if Stolarczyk was out for any length of time. Well, Berkovic was an able replacement, and at least he showed some passion.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's funny because they both got different strengths and weaknesses, haven't they? You say Begovic is probably his biggest weakness is getting down to the ball quickly enough at times. Yep. You're opening up early, Chris. Here we go, guys. You hear that?
Cheers, everybody.
Cheers to you, mate.
It's Christmas. Here we go.
We've got to do it, yeah. So, yeah, I think that's good. With Jacob, he's got a couple of flaws as well. Like, I think his distribution at times where he's going longer is a bit like Casper, things like this. But they're all little picky things, aren't they? The goal we gave up with Skip the other day, and Stolarczyk passing out from the back, I kind of feel that's the system more than the goalkeeper himself. It was a bit daft, but it's more pressure that he's got to try and do something like that. So I think it's fine to put Jacob back in now. He really is our long-term investment in the goalkeeper position, isn't he?
And we're not apparently going for the guy from Sunderland.
Interesting, yeah, because I wondered about that. But I did wonder if we needed another goalkeeper, really. There's other places in the team you could argue this January, like left-back, forward, where we need to look, for a player, really.
Well, I think they're hoping that I would like to see Bekovic stay on and possibly as the coach, football coach, keeper coach, Bowser coming through, this Mr. Invisible that we signed on the free, and I don't even know what he looks like, may come in as our number 2. Look, I did a show midweek with Locks on his channel, and it was a sell, keep, loan, whatever, one of those shows. Okay. And I got a lot of stick off duck for my decisions. He's back as captain today, but I've said sell him in January because I don't think to have a captain that can't play 2 games a week. And I've missed 3 games, but in my opinion, he's not been overly brilliant. You could argue that Hamza's no good there. We've got a Luco, we've got a Coley due to come back soon. I just think he's on 75 grand a week, whatever. That's 2 million we could save. If we
Well, I mean, the thing I'd say is I wouldn't actively look to move him on because I think he's good, solid right back for this league. And Hamza's not as good as he is. And at the end of the season, look, he's going to be probably doing a Sumare or a Winks. He's probably going to be going somewhere else. His contract's done, isn't it? So if there was an offer in January, Chris, and we could get a bit of money for him, I think that's a different conversation to have then, isn't it? But I wouldn't actively try and ship him out of the club because I think then we're in that position like with left back, where I think we might need to get a left back with Christensen being on, the medical room table still. So, I think we don't want to create more problems for ourselves than what we necessarily need to, because departures are going to have to happen somewhere.
Yeah. Suter due back. I mean, I have a feeling when Suter comes back, he'll be going straight out. I like Suter. I don't think he's been given a chance, but we'll wait and see on that one. Nelson, look, we got Vestergaard for another 18 months. Nelson and Vestergaard, a lot of people are saying can't play them together, but I think they're becoming our first choice main 2 centre-backs, aren't they?
Yeah, I think they are. Yeah, I think Nelson, now he's had a run in the team like we all suspected and had a gut feeling about with him. He's actually now started to show like what Oxford saw in him last year a little bit. He's very well rounded. I think the good thing alongside Vesti is that he's got that bit of pace. He can come out and get the ball a bit more, ahead of him, whereas Vestergaard can then just focus on positioning and passing, his 2 Ps, which make him really good, right? So I think they're forming a pretty good partnership all in all. And it has been forced upon us because Okoli's had this problem now, which has gone on for longer than we expected, right? So I'm going to be intrigued, Chris, to see when Okoli's back, if there's a shift again, because I still have worries if Marti wants his team to press up in the system, if Vestergaard is the long-term option there. Maybe we're for Coley and Nelson by the end of the season.
Possibly. I think, I did the show, and do check it out, guys, because Kate was the same as me. Although I wasn't here for the last game, it was like, why change it? You don't change a winning team, and we both agreed, with this. I just think with Vestergaard, what he offers outweighs his his positives outweigh his negatives. His negative is he's not a fast runner.
Yeah.
If he knows that, or if he's told that, and to Andres, if he knows that, and we don't let him go too far upfield, he's pretty brilliant for us.
Well, that's interesting, Chris, because Marti has been encouraging the players to go further upfield. And then we have the games like Sheffield United and Southampton, we find ourselves 3 goals down. And Vestergaard, I think, is one of those players that's acting slightly against the manager here to keep the team back. But then we have games where we're not creating enough as a consequence of that, are we? We're too deep. So I think it's a difficult balance to get right. I don't think Vesti's the worst defender we got, but for the system we're trying to play, I'm not quite sure he's still the exact piece you need.
I do get your point there. I think for the options we have available, I think just Nelson's a bit too. I think 2 youngsters in there. You need a bit of experience. You need somebody that's the quiet captain. Ricardo as the captain's as much use as a fart in a spacesuit. To be honest with you, we don't need. He should not be on captain duty. If anything, give it to Vestergaard. But I saw when we were 3-0 down, and he was just going, come on, I mean, that was it. You're a fucking captain. What are you doing? That's what you're trying to do. Have a quick wank while you're on the pitch. No, I'm sorry. Take the captaincy off him. So you do need I think it is, for me, Vestergaard plus one other. Yeah. Left back. Now, again, I got shot down for this because I said I would keep Luke Thomas because I would probably let Christensen go as the option of the 2. Bit of a sick note now. Subject to us buying another left back, because that is the position, left and right back, I think we need to look at. Yes, we've got a Luco, but he's got to be given a few games like Nelson has. And I did come out and say that without Luke Thomas during those COVID season and a half, that without Luke Thomas we'd have been up shit creek without a paddle.
Yeah.
And they say, "Oh God, you can't, when you're joking, you're silly and all this." And I went, "No, I'm not saying he's suddenly, turned into Simon Grayson or, anything like that. But, the fact of the matter is, he was the only option. Yeah. And he didn't do that bad. Do
No, and to be fair, for someone who's been scapegoated quite a lot this year, there's only really been a few games I can go like the Millwall game away where he got utterly murdered by them. Other games you go, look, he's a serviceable championship right back. He really is. You could do a 5 out of 10, 6 out of 10 job. I would like to see us improve on left back, and perhaps that means Christensen's got to go for some money somewhere else. But I think we do need to do that, and Luca then should be the third choice option for either side. I think that's the way to break him into the team a bit more, rather than the debacle we had away at St Mary's, where he gets a straight red starting there.
I think you're right. I think you're right. I mean, Wayne actually said, "Is there a better crosser of the ball?" He does put some peaches in there.
Yeah, this is it exactly.
Talk of the devil, and in he comes.
That's amazing, mate. He could smell you coming from a mile off there, couldn't he? Unbelievable.
What are you saying? Hi, Wayne. Good job we weren't saying anything nasty about him, wasn't it?
Yeah, we did it off stream. No, I'm joking, Wayne.
No, he's not. no, he is. So I think Luke Thomas is there on merit at the moment, to be honest with you.
Yeah, he's played the right last few games. Yeah, I don't think there's any reason to get worried about him now, but he is only like 90 minutes away from being the fan scapegoat again, isn't he? Let's be honest.
Well, he is. When you look at the Leicester fans, they've always got to have a scapegoat. I mean, true. Ben Chilwell was the scapegoat, and he was England's first choice left back. Yeah, but he wasn't good enough for Leicester, allegedly. But that's the mindset of some Leicester fans, isn't it?
You get him in all clubs. Get him in all clubs.
Yes, yeah. Right, you've then got James, and he picks himself, doesn't he? Really?
Oh yeah, easily. Yeah, especially in that box-to-box kind of roaming midfielder central role. Yeah, it just suits him down to the ground, So yeah, I'm really glad to see him there, because without him, Chris, I think we'd be in a lot more trouble this year. Because you talk about leadership. If you're talking about leadership when it comes to what you're doing with the football on the pitch, he is the number one for me this season, Jordan.
Oh, hang on a second. Not sure what's happened there. The ball's in the net.
Oh no.
I don't. What was I doing? Well, no, I was just writing something down and the ball's ended up in the net. Sorry, mate.
Please have the same thing happen to you today. That'll make me laugh my arse off. It's the comedy of being British, isn't it? It's the Scots law.
The commentator's curse, isn't it? You look away and something happens. And I was watching that. I watched it last night, and it did give me a laugh. And I wasn't laughing at you.
Oh, please do.
I was laughing at the situation, because believe you me, my classic is, what the fucking hell have they brought Schlupp on for? He's usually hit straight. Oh, Schlupp scored! That was my classic.
Mate, honestly, it's just like that moment of like Cammy, isn't it, on Soccer Saturday, where it's like, has it happened? And I just go, that's my moment on the channel now. And I remember exactly what I said. I looked up and went, oh, the ball's in the net, and the Ipswich keepers, I think we scored from the halfway line. Very chill, very calm.
Yes, yeah, I know. And it was probably the best goal we're going to get all season,
Yeah, clip that for the end of the season, mate. Clip it.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, Scott's just said, they say never fall in love with a lone player. I know we did with Lookman, and look what happened there, no pun intended. But this guy he's indicated he wants to stay at Leicester. It's he's not happy abroad. We've got an option to buy, which is great. So no matter how well he performs for us, we've got first dibs on him, even if somebody else comes in. So that's good. But I want to talk to you. I mean, he goes, like I say, player of the month, etc. I think that he won. I want to talk to you about Oliver Skipp.
Yeah, Oliver Skipp.
Now, what I'm going to say here is, I can get everybody else to eat all that humble pie. Do you remember? Oh my God, we've paid 20 million for this player. He's absolutely fucking useless. Then the next one would come in. Oh bloody hell, we paid 22 million pound for this player. He's fucking useless. Then somebody else would come in. Oh, we've paid 27 million pound for this player. I mean, his value was going up and up and up. The worse he played. Again, typical Leicester fans. And I kind of said to you, I wanted, I don't know if you probably do remember, I want to see Winks and Skipp together, see what they're like. And when we did finally see Skipp and Winks together, they were fucking useless. It was the worst thing. I never want to see that again. Now, it's funny, Winks is dropped.
Yeah.
And Skipp is suddenly coming into his own.
Yeah, it's remarkable.
We've always said it's got to be Winks plus another. We've all, that's what it's always been. Whether it's Winks and James, Winks and Sumari, even Sumari before he got injured, when he wasn't playing with Winks, had a decent game. It almost seems like Winks being on the pitch was sort of inhibiting the other players, But
limiting them.
Yeah. But Skip, look, we've got him for another couple of years, I think, yeah. So I'm glad he's coming good, and I just hate to say this, but I will do anyway. I hate to say I told you so, but I told you so. I mean, I think he's better. Now, it might be a case of this is his level, which it kind of was with Winks, and obviously is with Vestergaard, but I am so pleased for the guy.
Yeah, me too as well, because he's our longest contracted player. Because if there's any player in the club right now that you wanted to turn around and do the whole redemption arc with, he's the guy, because he's the guy we've got most investment of any player, Chris. I mean, Sumari can go, and so can Winks, and and I'm really happy for him as well, because I think in the cameos he showed at the start of the season, he wasn't perfect, but he was showing, like, on his heat maps, he was getting around, he was trying to, run after the ball, win it back and progress it forward. So I think he's a lot more dynamic than Winks, but he's also got that intelligence of where to position himself as well. We've seen a lot of that in his game the last few weeks, where he's been getting back, making the right tackle at the right time for teams trying to counter us. And I've been really impressed with him. If it continues, Chris, honestly, then I think he can keep that position for a very long time. Who would have thought at the start of the season this will be our midfield too?
I know. Keith says, yes, Chris, but with Skippy, he's useful if someone falls down a mine.
Skippy the bush kangaroo, Chris.
Yes, I know. I was sort of groaning inside before I groaned outwardly. I just think, and it appears, look, Winks, when we bought him and we'd got relegated, he was the buy of the season. I'm not just for Leicester, for the whole, hi Jim, for the whole division, really. But he didn't do it, obviously. Well, nobody did it really when they there's a goal somewhere else when they we got promoted. But it does seem, I mean, players, Norwich have gone 1-0 up. I just need Preston to get 2 late goals now.
I got Norwich to win that. That's good.
Oh, for God's sake.
Not 0 points this week, guys. I'm off to a good start now.
Fuck off. I'm not bitter at all. I think I should actually take myself out of it and be neutral because I'm hosting the quiz thing. But no, players have been coming out, haven't they, and said about him being intoxic. And that is really, really interesting when you've got that, that people, your teammates coming out and saying that about you. I think we have seen the last of him, even if he doesn't go.
Yeah, I mean, it's a necessary thing to do, isn't it? Because you can't put the happiness of the entire football club against one person, can you? Or 2 people. We suspected as fans for a while there were people behind the scenes, certain players, without naming any names, so we don't know who they are, that are being bad influences and not helping the whole team, unity and, collaboration between the boys, which is something we're not used to, because we've been very lucky. We've had Band of Brothers sort of teams, haven't we, in the last 10 years? And when you've got that, it can really eat away at a football club. We've seen many other football clubs fall foul of this, and it's a bigger part of the game than what people think in regard to just how good's a player with the ball at his feet, right? So, yeah, I think it's a good move, and I think it was one that probably should have come a lot sooner. But you've got to credit, I guess, the managers, including Ruud van Nistelrooy, for trying to give him a chance, but he's apparently no good. So there we are.
Well, yeah, interestingly, it's funny because I wrote just before I went away, get this man out of our club. And I'm not referring to Winks, I'm referring to Cifuentes. I said, he's bloody crap. He's doing exactly the same as Ruud was last season with the same players. We were shit with them. We've sold the best players that we had. How does he think it's going to work out? Obviously, he read that and has turned it round. But yeah, you said it exactly. You would have never guessed as those two would have been our main 2 CDMs. But well, James, he's been good since he's come in, and Skip, I just well done for him.
It's the first time this season you can look at that team we talked about so far and go, the majority of those players have probably earned a starting spot.
Yes.
We were talking about before, players just being chucked in like Sumari, who probably didn't earn that opportunity. And then how much do you care about playing, Chris, right? you know. So
I think unfortunately for Samara, he has got injured since then, because I said the one game he did play without Winks, he didn't look too bad either. But like you say, and I'm surprised about Winks. I mean, I'll just sidetrack for a minute. I'm surprised about him because he was not being picked at the start of the season. He was coming on as substitute and actually changing games sometimes when he came on. And I think Marti had gone to him and sort of a certain Belgian midfielder as well, the defender. Sorry, you're not getting into this team because you're at what you want to leave. When the transfer window closed, he was
knuckling down almost.
Well, yeah, they brought them both back in, and they did all right. Now, maybe with the January transfer window coming, I don't know. But look, I've got to say, more humble pie for me. But I'm going to say my support of Skip cancels out all my humble pie. Bobby de Cover-Reed must be absolutely pissed off because he's thinking, I've just scored a worldie. Nobody's going to beat that for a goal. Look, I wasn't, again, Bobby's biggest fan when he came in. Everybody knows that. And he was put on the wing, and he's too old to be on the wing, in my opinion. Same with Ayew on the other side. Neither of them are particularly wingers. I think they're both number 10s. We're struggling for a forward at the moment, though. That's the thing. But Cover-Reed, he's making that number 10 position his own. And look, I'm glad to see Ramsey on the bench. Of course I am. But I'm also pleased to see that he's not just walked straight back into the team. I don't think Marty would do that anyway, because I think that's bad. It's not good for a player. But I think Bobby's made this position his own, and I think Ramsey's really going to have to fight to get that position back.
Yeah, and I think that's right. I think that's the good thing about it. I think Bobby's come in. I think he's surprised a few of us, hasn't he? Because he showed little signs and glimpses that he could do something, but he has definitely come into this team and been part of the more better results in the last 2 or 3 games, hasn't he? The more consistent lineup with him in it. And I say he's a bit of an enigma, Chris. I find him fascinating because sometimes I watch him and I go, I can't really notice him doing anything, but then he pops up in the right place at the right time and makes a very valuable contribution. So I appreciate that, and I think between him and Ramsey there, we're actually looking surprisingly good in that attacking mid-centre position now, which before obviously we were putting James in there to get around a square peg in a round hole. So it's nice to see we've got a little bit of competition there as well, because I think they both, Ramsey and de Cordova-Reid, offer different things as well, which is nice. So I think we've now got 2 options there, and I'm glad to see, like you say, Bobby continuing this, and hopefully he continues to lead it the way he has been in the last few games.
Yeah, but it's finished 1-1, Southampton Coventry. With words fail me. All I can say is, Abdul, clean a space in your cupboard because you're going to have to put a goal of the season trophy in there. One for the club and one for the EFL. That goal, and look, I don't know whether you were on the show, and I did a thing about the longest, kicks in the game. Now, the goalkeepers are in the top 6 positions because when you get, they're always going to do it. It's all kicking off. There's a fight, after-match fight. There's Chelsea Spurs vibes about this here.
Interesting. I just turned it off.
But what a goal. I mean, A, first of all, he won the ball. B, he nutmegged the player. And then C, and I'll describe it to you because I know you didn't see it. And then C, sorry, mate. Sorry. C, what a shot. Saw the goalkeeper off his line, and what a shot.
Yeah, it's unbelievable, isn't it? I mean, he's a bit of a confidence player like that at times, Abdul, isn't he? And I wonder if his confidence had dropped a bit the last few games where he was just getting found out and marked out of games, tagged up on by 2 players from the opposition. And yeah, that was a game last week where he just looked a bit more free again, a bit more like himself. He's a better player when he's happier and when he's feeling the vibe of the game almost. And I think he's found the transition to the Championship difficult. But I think this is something he's got to build with. And I think today I want to see him also do more for his teammates, because you can't win an entire division or get up into the playoffs by scoring worldies all season. I mean, we're just not going to do it, are we? It's not a consistent formula to success. So I just hope he can continue and spread it around the rest of the team as part of a more collective effort. But yeah, what a wonder goal. I mean, it will be goal of the season, won't it? Yeah.
Yeah, it will. I'm just going to say that I can see a touchline ban coming in for Frank Lampard here. He's just gone up to the Coventry, to the Southampton fans' end and given them a bit like that. And it has all kicked off. The number 17 for Southampton, don't know who he is, but had he not been stopped by his own players, he would have kicked Lampard in the balls. That has kicked off. Not quite as bad as Spurs Chelsea in the back of the bridge, but it's there's going to be fines dished out. I'll tell you.
It's a passionate league, which is good. It's a passionate league, mate. I like it. I like a bit of bite in football. It should be like that. It shouldn't be soft.
No, but then again, he shouldn't go up and be taunting the Southampton fans.
Yeah, don't forget, I was watching ice hockey last night. Now I've got to switch.
No, fair enough. Mavididi, I think he's been playing all right as well.
Yeah, he's done pretty good, hasn't he? I mean, again, he's had a bit of noise against him, and he looked like his confidence was down, and he was in that. He does this though, Mavs, doesn't he? He goes through waves of like just getting in his own way a little bit and making things too complicated for himself. But yeah, he's looked a lot more freer with the ball, and I think seeing him form this alliance in this three with Fatu and Reed and and himself, I think that's actually made him a better player, because he seems to have more of a solid base around him. And I've noticed, when Mavididi, Chris, used to get caught out on his own a lot. And we used to think he's running into 2 or 3 players. I think the thing that Bobby De Cordova-Reid brings is he's more likely to drift out onto the left side and be there, which I've noticed in him, and I haven't noticed in other players who played that role. So I think as a free, that has done really well. And we were talking about maybe Fatu might need to be dropped before the heroics of last week, right? Because he was getting to that point. So it's nice to see them come out here, and actually sticking with them has probably worked out to our benefit, right?
Yeah, indeed. You went for a Norwich win, didn't you?
I did, yeah. I think I went 2-1.
Yeah, sorry, mate. It was 1-1.
Oh, no.
What were you saying about not a nil point coming in this week?
Oh, Chris, I nearly got up towards the top 6 in the prediction league, and now I'm going right back down to join you in the basement, mate, in the relegation battle.
Hey, you won't get below me, that's for sure. But yeah, I know that feeling. And look, Ayo up front, not a lot of choice, really, is there?
No, there's not. Obviously, Daka's packed his bags now and gone off for his African Cup of Nations holiday. So good luck to him for that. I mean, if he scores, I'll be surprised, because obviously he's only 2 in the year for us. But yeah, I mean, we got no one else, have we? I mean, Karan's is the biggest sticking point for me, because we've got to decide what to do with him, because I don't really think he's ever going to be good enough to contribute anything for us. And we've given him some time, Chris, and some starts, and I don't think that's going to work out. So there's got to be work done in that forward position come January.
Well, we've got Antonio, obviously.
Maybe.
I'm really, really hoping that he comes good. When I was in Lanzarote, I might not have told you, but the sports bar that we went in, which is like down an alley, you can easily miss it. The smallest thing going, but she's got like 10 different screens, and we're showing like all the matches at the same time. But a lovely lady that runs it, Jo, but she's a West Ham fan.
Oh yeah,
and she said, yeah, this guy is brilliant. We know he scored a couple of goals, but look, he's had a bad broken leg. But is that any different to getting an ACL? You're out for a year with an ACL.
That's it.
And I think, is he any worse than what we've got? Would you sooner have Antonio or Daka? Antonio.
Well, and also you've got to think the leadership thing. We talked about lacking leadership in this team. Yeah. That can be quite hard to get. I mean, he's got a good reputation behind the scenes in West Ham from every source you hear. And I think we need that sort of leadership as well. So if everyone discounts him because of the injury and the age, we, in hindsight, should have kept Vardy. Because look what he's doing over there, what he would have actually brought us in leadership as well.
Exactly. Unfortunately, he was never going to stay when...
No.
Well, what's he called was still here? Mr. Rutkin. Look, but Karan's on the bench. Let's look at the bench there. Aluko, Chowdhury, Faze are the defenders. You got Silko, Thomas, Page in there as well. Ramsey, good to see him back. I think he will get minutes, to be honest with you, because I don't think that he will I don't think. I mean, I think he's a six. I mean, Kate said this. I'm pinching it off Kate. He's a 60-minute a game player to
Bit of
go.
a Ricardo, isn't he?
Yeah. So I think we're going to see him come on today, and I think it'd be good for him to come on as well. But Carranza, I'd like to have seen Jake Evans in there again. This was something I was agreeing with Kate on, which is extremely frightening. I'm not going to lie. I keep agreeing with her so much. Carranza's there. He hasn't done anything to make me convinced. Or I know he hasn't. Again, I've got to say, we've hardly seen him, but when we have, he's not really done anything that impresses me.
No, this is it. I mean, I will say for now, he's still got an opportunity to create an opportunity for himself from the bench. But I think we've had this flurry of games where he started 4 in a row, didn't he, Chris, or 5 in a row? So I think when he's had that and it just didn't work out, I think now if he wants to earn a spot in this team, he's got to do it from the bench. So, but yeah, I mean, I'm glad to see Page there again. It's very apparent now Monger's back that it'll be between Monger and Evans, won't it? Who's going to probably alternate between that bench position. But with January departures probably coming up, I still think we will see them at some point, mate.
You see, everybody's saying, "Oh, Evans is the winger. Evans is the winger." His main position, according to Transfer Market, is centre forward.
Both, yeah.
He scored a penalty midweek in the demolition of Charlton Athletic. So I think of him as a striker. I really do. But we'll see. I'd like to have seen him on the bench. I really would, but. Look, it's not to be. Before we go on, and I'll give you a chance to talk about QPR. Should we see what Kate had to say about the lineup?
Yeah, was this the right one, mate? It's not the one from when you were on holiday.
No, I did actually say it was nice of her to send me 2, though, while I was still away, but it did give me something to do at night. That's all I'm saying.
Well, I know you didn't forward them on to me, did you? But anyway, I'll leave it to you what you do with it.
To be honest with you, I don't have, because I'm in a family chat that's pinging every 2 minutes, my WhatsApp is on silent.
Okay.
So I didn't realise till I got back, the joke that it was like, it was keeping me occupied at night was a joke, by the way.
Yeah, let's not get off to a bad start on your first show back. It is Christmas, guys. More positive, cheery, less denial.
Yeah, well, I don't know. Anyway, here we go.
Hello, how are we doing? I'm sending this video because Chris isn't on holiday this week, so hopefully he'll pick up the message and use this video this time. Same team as last week, which we kind of predicted on the show yesterday. Obviously last week's performance was great, so hoping for the same again today. Ramsey's on the bench, which is interesting. I think he'll probably come on with about 10-15 to go maybe. Give him a bit of a run out, but we'll see. I don't know how fully recuperated he is from his injury. But yeah, I'm going for a Bobby Dazzler goal again today. I feel like he's going to score again. Yeah, pleased with the team. JJ in the 8 where we like him, or the 6 or whatever you want to call it. Partnering up with our newfound hero Oliver Skipp. More better performance needed from Jakub, I think, this week. After the howler from last week, he'll want to put that right as soon as possible. So yeah, I mean, I'm going to go for a 3-1 again. I feel like we'll like that scoreline, so that's my prediction. Hope you're all well, and looking forward to the match.
Fair enough. Like you say, she said, let's stick with the same team that we had last time, and he has. So she's gone 1-3. I've actually gone 1-3 as well. But then again, what that means, it'll be 4-0 or something. Look, I'm going to go away and just shake hands with the unemployed. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to leave you.
We've worked this out well as a good opportunity for you to water your plants break, haven't we, everyone?
We have. And put today's strip on as well, I believe. So, but here we go, mate. Talk us through the QPR team.
Yeah, I will do. Well, it's interesting today, guys, because QPR normally line up one or two ways. It'll either be a 4-2-3-1, but this suggests to me today with these players it is going to be a 4-4-2 we are facing. So 2 different formations against each other. QPR obviously coming off the back of a 3-1 defeat as well to Middlesbrough. And they've normally, after defeat, come back pretty strong because, of course, they got hammered by Coventry 7-1 earlier in the season. They went on a pretty good winning streak. They were also unbeaten in the last 3 at home. So going to be a difficult game today. And looking at this team they got out there today, they've still got a few players missing. You can't quite see it at the bottom there, but on the bench comes back in Sam Field, who is normally one of their best central midfield players. He's normally their linchpin of their midfield. So him still being out, there's a bit of an opportunity for us there. They're also still missing, luckily for us, Harvey Vale, who's a very good winger for them as well. So with those two, the main two out for them. In goals there, they got Hamer, who you might recognise, Ben Hamer, ex-Leicester goalkeeper. They have dropped Nardi, who was a number one goalkeeper. I believe back in November he got dropped for poor performances. So Ben Hamer's taken an opportunity. He's now about 36 or 37, been around the block a few years. So he's in goal for them today. It's going to be a back four of Mbenge, Dunn, Clark Salter and Norrington Davis. Norrington Davis is on 4 yellow cards, so one today will see him suspended for Boxing Day. So if he wants to have Christmas off, he knows what to do. Hopefully he gets a red for us. That'll be nice. Midfield centre two of Madsen and Varane, who I quite rate. He's quite a decent midfielder, that Varane. He looks very good. And then you've got Dembele, Sato as the two wingers, who are both very, very dangerous. They've both got pace to burn, these two lads. So the fullbacks are going to have a challenge today, especially probably Ricardo, because he's a bit slower. And then we've got their top goal scorer with 9 goals this season, Burrell, who is really their danger man. He's got 9 goals. The second best goal scorer is Kone alongside them with 4 goals. And of course, we were linked with Kone in the summer, and he's not really pulled up any trees with QPR so far. So probably a good one we missed then. He did cost them quite a bit of money. So yeah, interesting. Still got a strong bench as well. People like Poku, Frey, Smythe, Cook, who's obviously an ex-Premier League centre-back with a lot of experience as well. So, yeah, a very difficult opposition today. And like I say, they normally do pretty well after coming off a defeat. They did say Middlesbrough, though. The manager said, Julian Stephen, that Middlesbrough were incredibly good. He felt they were like the best team they played all season. So interesting how he came across as that as his excuse for what he said. And I believe Chris is back of it, or his webcam's not working.
Is it not?
No, it is now. There you go, mate. I thought you were playing a trick on me again. I was like, he's getting used to the tools of the trade again, everyone. Now he's back at the Starship Enterprise.
No, I just to infinity and that was Toy Story.
It's like, yeah, we're mixing genres here. We'll have everyone upset.
We are. Gave me a chance to actually line the stream up as well. I didn't go to the loo. And now, if Gray, listen to me. If we're not playing in pink today, you are in such trouble. You really are. Kone they're pleased with. I was talking to the QPR fan on Thursday, and they're pleased with him, but they were hoping he would get more goals.
He's not been an out-and-out goal scorer for them, but I do think he's quite versatile as a striker. He also gets a lot of assists, to be fair to him. Yes.
But what was your prediction for today?
Well, I sort of sat on the fence with this because I can't. You don't know what to expect.
In fairness, normally you do go for a Leicester loss.
I do. Well, I have been obviously recently because it's been trending that way, and I think I've luckily Chris tricked us back into winning ways. So well done, Tom, taking one for the team there. But but it is hard to know what Leicester's going to turn up, really, isn't it? Sometimes I think now we're looking a bit more consistent. So I've met in the middle, Chris. I've gone for a Desmond today, 2-2.
Oh, right.
My first one of the season. That.
Get your predictions in, guys. Do you agree with Tom? It's going to be a draw. I've gone purely because obviously I did these sort of Monday night. I picked the games and I've just decided to put my scores in. I do all the stats for the show. It hasn't done me any bloody good all season. So I'm just going, yeah, they'll win, they'll do it or whatever. And I mean, I went 3-1. Wayne went 3-1. Kate went 3-1, and Tom went 2-2. Gray's agreed with me, Kate and Wayne. So well done, that man.
It's funny because I say that was a prediction I made a couple of days ago, and I'm sticking to it. But I've got a gut feeling that 3-1 might not be far away from what the answer is. And what's going to be interesting, Chris, is you are very much into 4-4-2, aren't you?
Yes.
I believe this is a 4-4-2 they're going for today. So it'll be interesting to see if they do start 4-4-2 and how that plays against our system, because that's going to make it a very interesting game. There'll be plenty of space.
Yeah. I bring 4-4-2 back. That's what I say. Look, 9th playing 8th. I mean, you couldn't really get much between this. The home advantage for QPR is 16%, but the win probability, according to my little lady here, AI, is 37 home win, 35% away win. Hi, Jeff. How are you doing? Merry Christmas to you as well. 1-3, lost 2 in the last 5. We've won 2, lost 2 and drawn 1. Last 5 at home, QPR, the last 3 they've won. We've lost 2 of the last 5. The pretty goals scored and conceded are pretty much equal. We are exceeding our XG, but that is lower than QPR's. Interestingly, at home, 20% of their games they kept a clean sheet.
That is interesting, yeah. So that could be very difficult for us today.
Yeah, 9% of our away games we've kept a clean sheet. We ain't going to keep a clean sheet. We can't keep a clean sheet if we were sponsored by Kleenex, would we, really? Or Andre. I was trying to be the other end of the body. Failed to score at home. They failed to score in 10% of the games. 18% for us. Points per game, 1.7 at home for them, 1.36. So look, the team rating is near as damn it. Interestingly, the QPR fan said they will not go for possession.
No,
they will give us all the ball. They'll let us play, and then they'll hit us on the break.
Which is how Blackburn did us, wasn't it? So not to make anyone nervous, but this is the sort of team that if they do manage to achieve what they're setting out to do with this idea, we're going to have a tough game today. So yeah, it's going to be interesting. But I think, we got to be, the nice thing is because we're all quite positive today because of the last 3 performances and results, aren't we? So yeah, it'll be interesting to see at 90 minutes which side of the fence we sit on, because you do feel it's the sort of day where it might end up back at square one for us if we get a bit of a pumping.
Well, I hope for a bit of a pumping. That's all I ever hope.
A bit of a Christmas one, yeah.
Yes. Interestingly, he also said they nearly got sacked, Marty, when he was at QPR. And what he'd do is he'd go on a bad run, nearly get sacked, and what thing that saved his job, a bit like Fergie, was they were drawing in what should have been his last game. The opposition scored a goal at the end. It was ruled offside, and he kept his job. And then they went and won the next 3 or 4. Then they went and lost a few. He had
a similar thing here because he was on the chopping block pre into Derby, wasn't he? And then obviously that Derby game happened when you went on holiday, and then everything swung back around. I mean, do you know what makes me laugh, Chris, about this situation? Remember we played QPR in the cup and we beat them.
I'm still here, by the way. I'm still here.
Yeah. Didn't we beat them? What was it? Was it 5-2? We beat the QPR in the cup last year. Yeah. I mean, isn't it amazing to think Marty was in charge of them then? And, he must have thought, looking at that team with Wout Faes scoring wonder goals from 40 yards, he must have thought, God, I'd love to manage them one day. They look a really good team. And then he gets here.
Yes, indeed. I mean, look, I've called it the Marti Cifuentes derby. It's going to be interesting to see how he's greeted by the fans, because he still loves he speaks very high, nicely about QPR, and it says some fans still love him for what he did, but there's other fans don't love him for how he left the club.
No, and I think what's difficult is that I put QPR as one of my favourites to get relegated this year because I thought, well, it's another managerial change, and they've gone for like another manager who's not really got championship experience. But then you look at like this the bloke at Bristol City, Gerhard. You look at this bloke, Stefan, however you pronounce it. My apologies, I'm probably getting it wrong. They've both come in with not a lot of experience of this league, and they're just doing incredible stuff, Chris. Yes. They really are. They're both really competitive managers who understand 2 or 3 different systems, and their teams are very hard to play against.
Yeah. Gray, you owe me one, because just looking at a picture they've got up here, Steph is wearing this shirt. So, is he?
Oh, isn't that the training gear, Chris? The training gear is very similar.
He's got the Under Armour that they wear.
Yeah.
And that is a very grey blue colour.
So you're guessing they're not wearing the pink today?
No, if they were wearing pink, they'd be wearing... I need to get some of that Under Armour. Gray, was it you that told me where I can get it from? I need to get some. Nervous about today or confident? I want to feel confident. Yeah, colourblind. You're a lot of things, Gray. You're a lot of things, mate. Love you to bits. I think we'll get a mixed reaction as well, Ben. I'm feeling overly confident.
Really? That's interesting, because I think it's a difficult ground for us as well, this one, normally.
It is, but I think the last 3 wins... Look, if anybody wants to start, just give me... what do they call it? Just give me...
Yeah, but just giving.
Just giving or a GoFundMe page for me to go back. I'm just putting my shirt away now to go back on holiday so that I'm away and not going to be here. Fine, I'll I'll be grateful. I'm happy to. Brad sent me a message, and after the third win, he goes, "I think you can bloody stay out there." I said, "Mate, I'd be happy to stay out here. I don't want to come back."
We've joked about it for a while, but if there's any rich backers watching us who would like us, buy us a pub out in Lanzarote. We'll set this whole YouTube channel up in a pub, and we'll do it from there every week, guys.
Yes,
so that'll be incredible.
The problem is there are a lot of empty pubs in Lanzarote.
This is true.
As there has been a lot of places, but no, I'd love that, to be honest with you. One of us will have to win the. If you win the lottery, give me a job. If I win the lottery, I'll give you a job. Is that a deal?
That's a Christmas deal, guys. Hopefully, we're getting some Christmas luck today, and who knows, because this thing will go worldwide then if that happens.
Yes, Jim's gone 2-1 to the Foxes, so not obviously quite as. And I'm sorry, Jim, I still haven't watched. He's sending me these jokes of the day.
Oh, yeah, it's Yorkshire humour.
Yeah. Thing is, though, I got like 16, 17 all in one go because I was playing catch-up. You should have just kept it to me anyway. So I haven't watched them yet, Jim, but I will get around to it. It's been a really busy week. I was back on the radio this morning, which was like, it was a shock me getting up at 6 o'clock because I never got up at 6 o'clock on my bloody holidays, I'll tell you.
No, mate. I'll tell you what's interesting about today's match quickly. Something just came to me, right? QPR normally play their best after they're coming off a loss. That's what we've seen as a trend for them this season. They normally kind of, who do we think in a best versus best? Because Leicester sometimes don't turn up, our boys, and they don't play their best. Do we think Leicester can beat the best QPR today? That's the way I suddenly thought about it. Do you know what I mean? Because if QPR are in their best form for this game, is the Leicester we've seen the last few games going to be good enough to take it on? I think they probably can.
The QPR fan, funnily enough, went for a draw.
Interesting. Yeah, like I did. Yeah, I met in the middle.
Yeah.
Because they got some good results this season, QPR. They've surprised, especially against the teams towards the top. They've surprised more than the teams at the bottom.
Yeah, apart from Coventry, of course.
Yeah, but everyone gets smashed by Coventry normally.
Well, yeah, because I said to him, when you look at that, 33 goals conceded, he said, yeah, but 7 of those are against Coventry, and it makes you think. Gray said he does. I probably do. I think, but I might. And my worry is that I'm being drawn in by these last 3 results. All right, Bristol City, we were 2-0 up and we lost, and we drew 2-2. At the start of that game, if I'd given you a draw with the form Bristol have been in, I think we would have taken it.
Yeah.
So 7 out of 9 after the results we'd had. I could just say Monday night. I don't know if you're free again Monday night for the.
I'll let you know tomorrow, mate. I should be, hopefully.
Yeah. We won't be doing all the past 3 weeks on catch up, so don't worry about that.
I was going to say, Christ, I'm not doing that.
No, nor am I, mate. Nor am I. I'm going out to the pub tonight, so I can't wait for this game to end. I think, like I say, I'm worried that I'm getting lured into a false sense of security by the last 3 results. Looking at how the season has gone.
Yeah, look, I'd agree with that because I was just going to quickly say, it's like we've been on 3 Tinder dates with a new girl, right? The first one was very good. The middle one was kind of, it was a little bit rocky towards the end. The third one, we're back on. And this fourth one's like, right, is it actually going to mean anything or not? Or are we literally not going to connect at all?
Yeah. But look, who thought we were going to get 3 points against Ipswich?
Well, I know, I certainly didn't. I was shocked. I mean, it took wonder goals to do it, didn't it? Which is why our XG is so low, because you score in your own half and don't count towards XG that much.
I mean, I was sat there in the pub and there was a Leicester fan in the pub and my mate's a Liverpool fan, and for some reason there's no Man United stuff to buy, but there's loads of Liverpool stuff to buy. But it's very much the big Irish contingent in Lanzarote. And I'm sat there doing a Leicester fan joined us because the TV was on the wall in front of us, and we sat there and we went, probably Dakova Reed just done that. That was our first reaction. And then, like you, when Fatawu went up, well, when Fatawu put the ball in, and literally we were watching it, because that's what we do as fans. We actually watch the game. When we watch it, sorry, mate, it's going to last till the end of the season. When we just sat there, and we just literally just went,
yeah.
no. You know what I mean? You couldn't believe that it had gone in. We thought it had gone out. It was like, what the fuck was that? You know,
the scary thing is he could do it again, yeah, because don't forget against Blooming Swansea he tried it. He's obviously going to keep trying it because he's that sort of player. So, you know, he might be the first one to do it twice in a year.
Yeah, and look, let's be honest with you. You know, he was being told, like, because he does it in training apparently, doesn't he? So he's being told to sort of do it at, on the pitch, and obviously he did.
Well, a lot of teams press up onto you, Chris. A lot of teams will press up onto you. We used to do it, didn't we? Hermansi used to be on the halfway line under Blooming Enzo half the time. A lot of teams do it, so why not?
Caught out. I think it was Watford actually that nearly caught us out. Look, the teams are coming out. Can I just say at this point, I know I'm joking with you, Tom, but you've done a fantastic job while I've been away. Really, really do appreciate it. Were you printing your notes out, by the way?
Printing my notes out? What do you mean?
Well, actually, when I was watching one, I kept hearing what sounded like a printer, and then you sort of go leaning over as if you're pulling something out.
No, it was
posh. That is posh.
When that goal went in for the second one for Fatawu, Chris, I think I pulled the microphone wire in my computer and it started making a screeching noise. So I apologise to you. I mentioned it in the Football Manager show the next day and apologised to everyone because it was humming. I didn't realise.
But no, look, I've got to say you did a fantastic job, mate.
Thank you, mate. Appreciate it.
Come the new year, well, you might have it permanently. Who knows?
We're going to win today, guys. Come on, Leicester. Chris, you're back. They're going to give you the win you deserve, my friend. So don't you worry. And thank you.
Brilliant, mate. I will. No, fantastic job. Really appreciate it. And I will see you after 45.
See you at half time. Let's hope we're in good moods, lads.
Oh, God, please, please. All right, guys. We'll be back with the kickoff literally after this. Interestingly, Leicester put it up as a 4-2-3-1. The Mercury keep calling it 4-3-3. Maybe they should watch the telly. Right, let me just try and set this up properly. Because I don't know. That's not it, is it? Bear with me. Like I say, having been away. Not that one. This could be fun. That's the one. That is the one. Right, so, get your predictions in. No spoilers. Interestingly, I am not streaming this to Twitch because I noticed on the last one there was a spoiler for the the Fatawu goal, and we can't kick them out on Twitch. Leicester are actually all in blue. Now that's a strange combination. I think we're all in blue. No, we're not. No, we are in this one. I saw it from behind. Ben Hamer in goal. Is that the ex-Leicester Ben Hamer? I think it is, you know. I think the Ben Hamer in their goal is our Ben Hamer. Hiya, Helen. Exactly. Just no, not for any game, basically. As Gray said there. So I've decided not to do it to Twitch. And we always get those knobheads on Twitch that join, sign up here for more follows. Off. So here we go. We're about to kick off, I believe. Come on, you foxes. So, bit late, a bit of a stutter kick off there. So lovely. I do like QPR. It's a very, very compact ground, and it's all sort of you're very close. Again, Kate said this. I've never been, but she said, it's almost like when your team scores and they run up and celebrate. It's almost like you're on the pitch with them. Leicester are in this strip. That's the easiest way of describing it. And they are kicking left to right. Rangers in their home strip, obviously, of the blue and white hoops, white shorts and white socks. And they are kicking from right to left. I just don't know how confident I'm feeling. Hi, Blue. Is it evening in Canada? I'd have thought it was morning over there. Oh, so a good ball across from QPR, but it's defended well. It's going to put back into their own half. It's the Matchday Loftus Road Stadium, to give it its full name. Paul Konchesky's on commentary duty today, and it goes all the way back to said Ben Hamer, who's all in red. Come on, Tom. It's difficult with Leicester, isn't it? I'd love to, but it is so difficult. So down the right-hand side, can Luke Thomas? Yeah, Luke Thomas is defending well, and it's played back out. And the cross comes in now. 1-0. You're joking me. 1:56, and it's 1-0 to QPR. I think it's an own goal. Let's have a look, because Thomas had held it up. Yeah, Mavididi should have stopped it. Was it an own goal? No, I think it was QPR. Bloody hell. Right, I'm back off to Lanzarote. Unbelievable. Unfucking believable. It is Saito after 3 minutes. Mavididi should have tried to cut the cross out there. Well, here we go, changing the banner straight away. Honestly. Well, I did say my confidence was wrongly felt, I'm afraid. I mean, how often are we getting caught? Why are we always getting caught so early? So QPR come away again. Tom, where are you? Let's get Tom back in. Defending was non-existent, yeah. I tell you what, Mavididi, and they said it on the commentary, Mavididi should have done more. Thomas was holding the striker up. It went out to QPR striker on the wing. Mavididi was miles away, trying to cut him down. It was a beautiful cross into the box and a deserved goal. So a long throw coming in here, but it's headed clear by Ayu, yeah. Head tennis at the moment. An up and under from QPR. It's going to go out for a Leicester throw-in. Midway into our half on the far side. Six minutes gone, and I have to say, it's all QPR at the moment. We did say 16% home advantage. Armchair, I think you're right. No, clean sheet. I think we need to get the pizzas out. Do you remember that? But you'd expect the home team to come out fighting. Yeah, indeed, Gray. So the 4-4-2 is currently playing better than the 4-2-3-1. No, Ricardo's given a foul away. Oh, I don't know. I think that was a bit harsh. But it is a free kick, almost level with the penalty box, but on the left-hand side of the pitch. As we look at it, part of the pitch that doesn't look in very good condition, to be honest with you. So all the players at the back side of the penalty area. Oh, good save there from Stolarczyk. Was it the goalkeeper that saved it? Not sure, but I think so. It was a good save from him. I think it was Thomas who got his body in the way there. Yeah. Oh, at the moment, there's a couple of players down. Vestergaard is down, holding his head. Coney is holding his head. The Leicester City defence is all over the place. It is Coney and Vestergaard that are both down, both holding their heads, went up for the cross there. So after 1 minute 56 seconds, it was QPR 1, Leicester City 0, with Saito scoring. The moment they're taking a chance to have a drink break, so I'll probably join them here. Vestergaard is up, which is good. I think Coney's halfway to getting up as well. I think both players are both okay, which is good to see. Cheers, Gray. I have a feeling I'm going to need another can. No shit, Sherlock said, "Oh, QPR has started the better." Yeah. Who knew? Who knew? Or Kajetki saying we've got a foothold in the game. Do you agree? I'm not convinced we have. So again, they're coming back at us. Nelson put the ball out. Probably the best thing to do, to be honest with you. Yeah, so Skips at centre back for us. Mavididi actually tried to get the ball forward there. What can Leicester do here? Long throw from Luke Thomas coming in from the far side. Again, almost level with the penalty box. It's as good as a corner, but it was dealt with quite easily by the QPR defence. But it's gone out again, so another throw in for Thomas. I think we're probably going to see another long throw here. Yeah, coach, I know. So it's gone behind for a goal kick. So Julien Stephan is beating his predecessor Marti Cifuentes by 1-0. Didn't hear what the response was. I don't know if anybody else heard. Going up. Which way is that throwing going to go? It's gone to Leicester. Midway in the QPR half on the far side. Coming up to the quarter of an hour mark. Ant, you devil, how are you? Anybody in Leicester is looking for a bit of a health punch in the new year after all the frivolities of Christmas and holidays, and you want to lose a bit of weight and get a bit fit, Have a look out for Ant. Yes, it is the Ant from Leicester fan Ant's Leicester fan channel. It used to be. So go and check him out if you need any health fitness questions at all. He's the man to go to. It's headed clear by QPR, but only as far as the Leicester player. Bad kick by Ricardo, but James manages to get it. Passes it back to Ricardo. Quick pass out. Oh, it goes long to Fatawu, who keeps it in, but he wasn't able to bring it down. And QPR still got it in that corner. Haven't got it away properly yet. In fact, it's gone down to James again. But it's QPR's turn to do a bit of panic defending. But now they break away down this left-hand side. Oh, what a run back. Skip. What a good run back by Skip. I didn't realise that was Skip. It was quite quick. Ricardo's given another foul away. He's struggling against the Japanese player. By the way, I get 10% of anybody that signs up for you, Ant. Okay. And I'll send you the bill for the advertising. So this could cause us a problem. We are struggling with the crosses. Yeah, it is virtually on the corner. Let's have a look. Now the whistle goes. Left hand goes up. Right footed into the box. Good clearance by Vestergaard, getting his head on it. It's a corner. Skip doing his defending work again. It's a corner on the far side. Number 24 for QPR. And that's Madsen. Referee having to sort out a bit of handbags in the penalty area. I mean, the referee always goes in and has a word, and then they're still pushing and shoving. That was very much that in the earlier game at Southampton. Corner comes in, it's headed up. A big long clearance clear by Dakova Reed, who was back defending. Back into the box though, QPR. The moment it's panic clearing by Leicester. Oh. Let's have a look, because they're asking for a corner here. Oh. And the cameraman couldn't keep up, but it is a goal kick to Leicester. Highfield, how the devil are you, sir? You're at the races, are you? That's an up and under. Didn't really fall for a Leicester player. Ricardo fighting, but giving the ball away. Oh, that's going to be a free kick. Avadidi. Looking a bit like Vardy with his hand in a bandage. 57 in, please do what it says at the bottom there. Subscribe, like, comment, share. And of course, if you're on your mobile, why not give us a hype? That really does help the channel. How's it going, Ant, anyway, the new business? Are you still doing the other job as well, or? Yeah. It certainly was grey. Oh, now then. Oh, he just couldn't. It was a lovely pass. But Mavididi ran out of space, and now he's having a bit of handbags again with the QPR defender. Hi, Paul. How you doing? Hopefully we pull 2 back. 1/3 of my prediction was right. QPR scoring. Thomas with James. Trying to go down the touchline on the far side, which he does. Oh, he pulls it back, but there's just nobody in the box. At the moment, we are actually almost looking like a one-man team. Ping pong a bit at the moment, but it's ending up going all the way back to Hamer. Just to go through some scores for you. Earlier on today, Blackburn 2, Millwall 0, Preston 1, Norwich 1, Southampton 1, Coventry 1. At the moment, it's Bristol City 1, Middlesbrough 0, Derby 0, Portsmouth 1, QPR 1, Leicester 0, Sheffield United 1, Birmingham 0. Those are your current scores as it stands. And just as it stands at the moment, Leicester down to 11th. QPR up to 8th. Bristol and Southampton, well, Southampton have gone above us on goal difference. This is not the Leicester City of the last few games. Yeah, they're just saying then, agreeing with me, most teams do play the 4-2-3-1. Free kick to Leicester. I was watching the game. I was watching Big Match Live earlier. I'd finished the radio show, and it was on. Oh, hang on, James, can you get this and keep it in? He can. Oh, Cordova Reed trying another long one, but it came off the QPR defender. But they can't get it away at the moment. But it is back almost on the halfway line. But it's still Leicester have got it. Fatawu on this side skips over the player, takes it into the centre. That is it to Dick Overreed. James. This is looking more hopeful. No, it was over the top, but it was too fast for Oliver Skip. But now I was watching QPR earlier, and I can't remember who they were playing. Middlesbrough. I think it was Middlesbrough they were playing. QPR won that game 4-1, as it happened. Stan Bol scored. When I was watching that, and it always gets me, the tackles that are going in and they got away with. You catch coming to share the area with me, Jeff. Jekyll and Hyde, 100% Gray. This, unfortunately, is not gonna last the half. "26 minutes gone. Just coming up to, and it's a Leicester City 0, QPR 1. Vestergaard forward. Oh, spreads a lovely ball to Overreed over to Fatawu. Oh, it's too hard. See what he tried to do, put a nice little chip into the box. Oh, Thomas giving a foul away. It was a little bit too hard. I could see what Fatawu was trying to do, chink it into the box. That wasn't well. For me, free kicks are given out too easily these days. I think it's a championship at large, Prashant, and I'm using that excuse for where I am in the prediction league. Vestergaard up in the air, but it's going to go out for a throw in just inside the Leicester half on the far side. And yeah, I am using that excuse and I'm sticking to it. But yeah, I think it is for me anyway. There's a throw in to QPR on the far side. Gray out the room. Go on, great. 5 minutes. Go and sit on the naughty step in the sin bin. Go on. How dare you say that? Oh, Leicester gave the ball away to Leicester, then Leicester give it away straight back to QPR. There's another free kick as well. This is Mavadidi this time. Madge, you're not wrong, actually. They are going down very, very easily. Wouldn't it be nice to meet a woman like that? Did I say that out loud? Shouldn't have done, should I really? Free kick to QPR just inside the Leicester half, right on the far touch line in front of the benches. Well, he made him take the ball, move the ball back a couple of feet, the referee, which he's entitled to do. He's got to be taken in the right position. Anyway, the free kick comes in. It's all across the whole pitch. Leicester can't get it away! 2-0. 2-0. Unbelievable. And it's Kone who scored. have a look at this coming over. It's headed back in. No. I mean, that is just awful defending. James is down. And the fans are thinking you're getting sacked in the morning. The QPR fans, I presume that is, to the Leicester manager. Well, the referee was doing it. He gave a drop ball, but he certainly was favouring the goalkeeper for Ben Hamer. Leicester need to get one back before half time. I tell you what, for me, Ricardo needs to be taken off at half time. He's being run ragged. And they're coming out, and this could just get embarrassing. It was a not good defending. It was just a poor. And Fatawu, in an attempt to get past the player, gives the ball away. 3-0. I was about to say they look dangerous every time they come forward. You could say maybe, oh no, they're still Archie's positioning. So Ayu putting the team in a huddle there and giving them a talking to. Again, why isn't fucking Ricardo doing that? And now Ayu's got himself a booking. They're just saying, and I can understand it, the ref's not got control of the game. The commentator has summed it up beautifully. It's all too easy for QPR. Skip. Vestergaard. Poor ball forward. It's put out for a Leicester throw-in on this near side, just on the halfway line. And anybody, I'm just going to go on to Sky Scanner. Just. A goal before half time would. Oh, they come again. Offside. Thank God for the linesman there. What's happening? This referee, I've got to say, is really. Six minutes. Shell shocked, yeah. 5 minutes to go. I mean, our XG as it stands at the moment is 0.04. I mean, it's embarrassing. Totally and utterly embarrassing. Commentators just said Leicester look a little bit lost. The sat-nav's fucked. At the moment, Leicester, how this team got 7 points out of 9. Again, we're struggling to get it clear. We've had one shot. We've had one shot. A goal for Leicester would change things. It's never going to happen. Just waiting to see how much stoppage time there is going to be. So Archie took that well. He was on his line. His hands were up and he was under pressure, but he took it okay. Wow. Goal kick. Yeah, I don't want to. Yeah, Paul Konchesky there, right. All we can hope, we're not going to score, we can just hope not to concede a fourth. I was watching a video the other day, and yeah, not one of those guys, before you say anything. Do you remember when Arsenal were leading 3-0 against Newcastle at half time, or 4-0, and Newcastle came back and got a draw? All the fans had walked out. Do you remember? I was watching that the other day, and I can't see that happening here. Talent. For Konchesky, if we get a goal, who knows, especially with the talent out there. I see no talent. They've done it again, 4-0. What the fuck was that? Let's have a look at this. It comes down the line on the far side. I think that was meant to be as a cross. Bloody hell. Stolarczyk wasn't ready for that at all. He wasn't expecting it. Four goals, four different scorers. Marty, what's the score? Indeed, that's what the crowd are shouting. Thank God the half-time whistle's gone. 4-0, guys. I'm shocked. I'm in shock. I really, really am. We'll be back with Tom in a few minutes. Do not touch that dial. This is going to be fireworks, I'll tell you. Whew. if anybody is interested and they would like to fund me, I can get a return flight to Lanzarote for £49.98. If anybody's up for it, I'll gladly accept it. Happy to take the second half off me, Tom.
No, I think we'll leave it to you, mate, to see how bad this possibly might get yet. Because no, it's just been completely useless, hasn't it? The team's been physically weak, and that's why we're in this position. They can't match up against teams, and this is the problem with the inconsistencies that we have seen with them. Just when they get on a run, inconsistent performances, Chris, lead to inconsistent results. And today we're getting what we deserve against a QPR team that's more up for it than we are in every part of this game. So no, it's disgraceful, bud. I can't really believe how they've managed to do this. It's just like, what, 2 steps forward, 1 step back with this football team. It's
interesting. Do you remember what I said before we kicked off? What the QPR fans said? Marti was putting in bad performances, and then suddenly he'd pull out a win, and then get another couple of good results, and then it'd be back, and then he'd do the same again. And it's almost word for word exactly what he said. Exactly, yeah. There's a motivation problem here, isn't there? Because, this is professional footballers, Chris, and they can't seem to have a commitment to the game. Hang on. Allegedly, yeah. Well, from what we've seen today, they might as well be in a pantomime at Christmas, With the club this week, they might as well be doing a Christmas carol and top can be Scrooge. That'll be much more entertaining than what we saw in this first half, because they just weren't up for it. They weren't up for the fight, The money they're taking home wasn't worth it for them, They're just shirking everything. QPR won every 50-50 ball there. QPR used the ball so much more positively. And all we did that I can remember, again, pass it along the back and be safe with it. And then before you know it, we're 4-0 down. It's half time. Ben is saying time to get Martin O'Neill back. Gray said absolutely farcical, absolutely terrible, says Blue Fox. Look, there's so much to talk about. We will do that obviously more at full time. But I want to look at the goals. I hadn't got my bum in the seat. I'm sure there were some people that were still coming back with the beers from the concourse. 1 minute 56. Just take that in, guys. How many times have we conceded so early? Yep, Sheffield United as well, wasn't it? Yeah. When you looked at that, Thomas was doing really well in defence of him. He was doing really well. And then the ball went out to the guy that crossed it in eventually. Where was Mavididi helping out? Nowhere near him. By the time he moved across to close him down, he'd got the cross in. They were all asleep, Chris. All the defence was asleep. And then, Ricardo lost out the back post to Sato, didn't he? He's half the size of him, but twice as quick. And that was the problem I was thinking going into this. Both their wingers have got pace. How's that going to match up against Ricardo and Thomas? And look where we are. And that was the first shot, and Ricardo lost it. There was no, should Mavididi, should Fatawu be tracking back more? Yeah, of course they should. But, that's the whole point. The team should be more switched on. The reason they're not is because the team's half asleep. And when that happens, that's why they're not tracking back. And that's why players like Vestergaard aren't jumping. Nelson's, getting things wrong today and making the wrong decisions. That just spreads almost like a flu, doesn't it, amongst the squad? And we're just seeing it infested with this horribleness. 29 minutes. Here we go again. 2-0 to QPR from a free kick. We're not dealing with balls into the box. Losing the physical battle, like I said, losing the physical battle. No commitment. Not dealing with first, not dealing with the second ball. Nelson went to boot it and he just kicked it up in the air, which didn't help. Ricardo, bad defending as well, wasn't picking up his man. Look, to me, Ricardo needs to go off at half time. He's being run ragged. Yep, totally agree. Yeah, we have to change the system, Chris, if we're going to have any chance of doing anything. We have to go 3-5-2 second half, aren't we? Because we're getting completely overwhelmed at the moment. So we need to switch it to the one where we're overwhelming the opposition. And we might as well get Ricardo off for Aluko. The game's already over. Give Aluko 45 minutes. He's going to match the pace of Sato better, isn't he? The winger, if that's his name. Is it Sato? Make sure I'm saying it right. I'm pretty sure it's Sato. Sato, I think, yeah. Yeah, Sato, yeah. That'll match up against the pace better, at least, won't it? Because Ricardo's been caught out in that battle all game today. Yeah. And it's interesting, just while we're talking, about Ricardo, because look, you know my feelings about Ricardo. After the third goal, it was Ayew who'd got the team in a huddle.
That's right. Yeah, Ayew was trying to get something out, and then Ayew almost got himself in the book, didn't he? Because he got into a little bit of a scrap. He was showing a little bit of that fight. But yeah, he's been running around up there, but he's not really been doing a lot either, has he? I mean,
No, he hasn't. But what I'm saying is, where the fuck was Ricardo?
Well, exactly. Yeah, exactly.
Ricardo's the captain. After Winks, if Winks goes, Ricardo is our most expensive player. We've given him the captain's armband. He couldn't captain a wank in a whorehouse. Let's be honest with you. This is why I'm saying he needs out of the club. His legs have gone. He's been a good servant, yes, but we can't hold on to players. Why do we think that because somebody was good 10 fucking years ago that he's going to be good now?
I mean, he's passive, isn't he? And like he's the captain. So what's the team being, Chris? Passive, all of them, you know. And that's the problem. QPR have actually won every battle, and I can't quite believe it because if you match up against them with that, then we wouldn't be 4-0 down, you know. But we were half going in for some challenges there. Ricardo has done it all game today. He has been the worst player. I think you've pulled him out as the one to mark in this first half because he literally has gone in half-hearted for any tackle, not been positioned well, been run off the ball far too much, and then had no physicality for himself. So yeah, that's a shit show from him, really. And like the rest of them need to follow Ayew's lead a little bit, I guess. But even he's been fucking terrible. Sorry.
At 30, no. You say it, mate. You say it. At 2-0 down, I've written here, QPR look dangerous every time they come forward. Yeah. Literally, as that thought entered my head, 3-0 to QPR. And the commentator summed it up here with 5 words. All too easy for QPR.
That's it. Yeah, exactly. Just like all the defence were just completely on their own planet. So this one, weren't they? And then Bailey, he's got that pace, and like, look what happens. You know, you just don't give these players that opportunity. They're not afraid to go at us, Chris. You know what I mean? Like they're just cutting through us with just such ease, and we've got nothing to push back against them. It's just I can't remember the last time. Well, it would have been this season probably, where we've just been so passive. It's just the word that keeps coming up for me today is passive. And you can't be that, because if you are that, you're going to get walked over in this league. This league is physical and passionate, right? And QPR, like you said, have just been so much more direct. I mean, this is the problem, right? I've not seen the team like for 45 minutes, for 90 minutes this season, be able to play a really positively attacking, quick fire game, right? You know, how many chances do we create quickly? We don't. We just literally pass it around forever and ever. And then we get caught in these games like we did against Sheffield United and Southampton, where before you know it, you're 3 or 4 down because you've made nothing of the game for yourself. Yeah. Marty's really got to look at himself with this because it happens far too often. Sorry, you take over, mate. I'm ranting.
No, please rant away. It makes a change for somebody else to be ranting. Look, 4-0 in stoppage time. That was very much and I can't remember which Brazilian player it was, but the Brazilian player that scored against England in one of the World Cups, where that was probably a mishit cross, in fairness.
Yeah, the goalkeeper had a bad show of it, though. Just a little topping on top of the Christmas cake. Jakoblen all of a sudden gets himself out of position, you know, because he was on his line a bit more. It wouldn't have done him at his near post the way it did because it was at his sort of right height as well. So, look, I normally protect goalkeepers, but I got to call that out a bit. I think he was, you know, a little bit. And there was a communication problem with him and Vestergaard as well there at the end. And you just think, you know, you talk about Begovic earlier in the pre-match, Chris. Maybe there is something more in that than what we think, because maybe that communication is a big factor of our foundations faltering at the backs. We've been so poor defensively today, and that just really summed it up when Jakoblen gets himself caught out for that goal.
Well, that's the thing, you know. I wonder if he could have done better with the third as well. You know, although he was in the centre, I'm just looking at it now. He was very slow to react going across. You know, stood in the centre, the action's going on, and look, I'm no goalkeeper, but when you're stood on your line in the centre, do you not edge towards, well, if the action's on the left-hand side, you move over to your left a little bit. If the action's on the right-hand side, you move over to your right. I'm not a goalkeeper, I don't know. But that, to me, was seen kind of what I would do, like I say, but I'm not a goalie. I mean, I don't know if you did. You used to be a goalie as well as Brad?
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
Okay, so talking with your goalkeeping coach hat on,
Mm.
am I talking bollocks there, or is that what you do as a goalkeeper?
No, I think you've got a fair point in that, Chris. I think the general point that you're giving, and you're right to give, is that I think Jacko's positioning has been slightly sus today at times. And I think there's a lack of confidence there, which is even a bigger problem than positioning or the poor distribution at times. I think when there's a problem when he's communicating to the defence poorly, like we've seen in this first half, which has definitely conceded one of the goals, maybe like you say two, because the positioning is throwing everyone out back there. You're two down already, look. So there we go. Hey, Chris, you need to drink one per goal, mate. So you need to have two more.
No. I realise I've made it. I'm going out with mate tonight down the pub and to the local, and I'm going to be up at 6 to do the radio show. Just to catch up here, it's Ipswich 1, Sheffield Wednesday 0, Hull 1, West Brom 0, Derby and Portsmouth are drawing 1-1, Charlton and Oxford is 0-0. These are all half times. In fact, some of them have kicked off for the second half. Charlton 0, Oxford 0. I've just said that here. Bristol 1, Middlesbrough 0. So, and those are your half times as it stands. Oh, sorry. Sheffield United 2, Birmingham City 0. Wow.
There we go.
And Watford 0, Stoke 0. Look, it's 4-0. These stats are probably out of date because I wrote these at 3-0 and thinking that's going to be the end of the half. But XG, let me just update these as I'm going along. XG 1.65 for QPR. Do you know what it is for Leicester?
No, I haven't looked at it, mate. Please indulge us.
0.04.
Makes perfect sense, doesn't it? I wish that Fatu had saved the worldie goal for this week because we needed something like that to get us into this because we couldn't get really anywhere near their goal, could we?
Yeah.
There's only really once or twice I remember it. It's just so, it's just so disappointing, mate. This is why we're not going to get anywhere apart from mid-table because mediocre.
I'm going to go because they are out, mate. They are out. I will see you at full time.
See the rants at full time, everyone. Good luck.
Take care, buddy. Bye-bye. Right, that's caught me out a little bit. My screen had frozen. So Leicester are going to kick off for this second half. As they do with AU, kicking it back. I just need to pick the right thing again. It isn't that one. Sorry, guys, bear with me. You're not missing much. We've not conceded another goal yet. There we go. That's the one. Now, I don't think there's been any changes, but let me just tune in. Straight away, QPR on the attack. And I keep freezing. Yeah, there's no substitutes for Leicester, but Leicester do have a free kick on this left-hand side. It's Thomas that takes it left-footed, having had a walkover from James. No. But now Nelson was up there, and now it's caught out, and he's all on his own. Could this be 5? Oh. He's still got the ball into the box. Wow. It was a QPR counter. That's all they've got to do now. I don't know, Gray. Another free kick. I got to say, look, I hate blaming the referee, but this referee is having a diabolical game. Is that just me that's thinking that? Hey, he's got to be careful. He's on a yellow. Right, here we go, guys. So it's now a free kick to QPR. Oof. We managed to somehow get the ball away. I can't believe there's no changes. 4-0 down at half time and there's no fucking changes. So there's a substitution at half time, but it's for QPR as a defender. Tell me how that works. The team that's 4-0 up make a substitution, the team that's 4-0 down doesn't. They're talking now and they're saying, like, yeah, they're putting the same players out. Go and prove to when Marty was saying, go and prove to me that you can do it. You know that advert? You can do it if you B and Q it. You can't fucking do it if you LC it. I know, Pac-Man, exactly. Sound like an acronym family scout there. Exactly. I guess I should be happy when I freeze, shouldn't I? Ayu's gone down, but the referee's not even stopped the game. Don't know if he's got up yet. He has now, and he's running into the box. Ayu. Poor crossing. Ayu's back up, but I love what he's saying. Has he got an elbow in the face? Let's have a look. Oh, yes. Referee, like I say, is totally, absolutely Mavadidi back to Thomas on this left-hand side. Leicester in this strip, the away strip, kicking right to left. QPR white and blue hoops, white shorts, and white socks, kicking from left to right. 4-0 up as it stands at the moment. And Mavadidi can't get past his player, which brings a cheer from the home fans. Down at Vestergaard, chips the ball into the box. Oh, it's up, but just goes headed straight to Hamer. I have to say, you know, that the QPR fans are having a go at Marty, quite rightly as well. You're quite right, Mad Jason, he would. I mean, he's probably glad he hasn't spent the money to go down and watch this. I mean, he is unfortunate at the moment. He's very, very busy with his job. But I think he'd have gone before half time, wouldn't he? If he played his 3-0 rule. But Jason, you're spot on there. Oh, another free kick to QPR. Who knew? So QPR, that was a poor effort there by the QPR player, trying to pass it down the line and passed it out. He's really close. The edge of the pitch is really, really close to the fans. In fact, the whole pitch is all the way around. But on this right hand side, on this sort of near side here, where we're filming from, opposite the bench, the pitch is very, very worn. There's a long ball upfield. Doesn't go to Mavadidi. It falls to QPR. Headed clear by Leicester. Ayu's got it, but he gives it away. It's all a bit scrappy from Leicester. Oh, Kone should have made it 5 there. Yeah, thank God Coney didn't hit the target there. Otherwise, I think we'd have been looking at 5. Yeah. Every time QPR come forward, and this is what the commentators just said, Leicester City look vulnerable. Quite possibly. At the moment, we've had 1 shot on target. No changes of the half. Oh no, Sheffield United have gone 3-0 up against Birmingham. Whoa. Leicester City where we're still Archick saving. Ooh. Like I said, the commentator, and I said this in the first half, every time QPR come forward, they look dangerous. Derby are above us as well now on goal difference. Down to 12th, guys. The referee comes over to the QPR player. Are you all right, mate? Where was he when AU went down? He couldn't give a fucking shit. I seem to remember the last time we came down that the referees weren't that bad in this division. So we're actually coming up to 15 minutes gone. My thought now is that we're probably too late to get anything from this game. Even if we get a goal now, we should have got. We needed an early goal. Why are you saying that, Gray? Please click that like button if you haven't. And if you're watching on mobile, please hype the video. Ipswich have gone 2-0 up against Sheffield Wednesday. Yeah. Dover Reed, I think, has just hurt himself, but he's running about. I think he's probably just been caught in the chest. 60 minutes. We need changes. Now, oh my God. Oh. QPR just on the counter attack. Mavadidi. And he lost it. He got beyond 2, couldn't get beyond 3 because he wanted to get to the byline, and it's a free kick to QPR. Who knew? Now three substitutions come in. James is off. What the fuck? He's been our best player. So James is off for Chowdhury. Ramsey's coming on. Vestergaard is off for Ramsey. And Thomas is on for Ayew. I'm not sure about James coming off. He's one of our fucking best players. I think he's kept the same formation they were saying as well. Great. I was thinking that while I was having a piss at half time, that thought went through my head. Strange substitutions there. Skipper's gone back to centre back again. Thomas had a good header there, in fairness. It was a chance. I don't think Jesus could help us here. I mean, if he'd been in goal, Jesus saves him, we may not be 4-0 down. That's the best sort of shots, isn't it, Jeff? Well, gin for me, but I know what you mean. Oh, it's a free kick to QPR. Who knew? You've been on the naughty list, though, Gray. That's the problem. Bristol are 2-0 up now against Middlesbrough. Exciting talent coming through at Seagrave. I'd like to see it. No, it goes over, does Chowdhury, but nothing there, nothing given. And now Queen's Park Rangers come away again on the counter. Now, Ricardo. Ramsey, sorry, to Mavididi. He tries to get a shot away, and he still can't. Then he can't get the cross in. He's getting frustrated. Again, should he have passed? Maybe. No, to be honest, if he'd passed, it wouldn't have gone anywhere. He had Thomas, but he was behind him. All the other players were marked out the game. That's Leicester for you, isn't it, Prashant? There's a corner for Leicester. We've not had many. Yeah, it's a bad corner. I'm not going to deny it. Silko Thomas taking corners. Nice to see Ramsey back on, though, with his torn socks. Oh, this time it was too hard. You see, to me, 4-0 down, have we got Jake Evans on the bench and bringing him on? Why isn't Monga coming on? Chowdhury. Ends up going back to Stolarczyk. Passes it to Chowdhury. I mean, when you're 4-0 down with 20 minutes to go, maybe it would have been a good idea, Stolarczyk, to kick the ball upfield. I think we should get. Have we gone 3 at the back? Oh, we're giving the ball away. 3 Leicester players it took to get the ball off him. Ramsey comes out to Mavididi. And he gets the ball back. It was a better move by Leicester. I was offside. No. I heard a whistle, yes. I thought it was offside because the whistle went, but the referee was playing on. So into Leicester, halfway inside the QPR half, up this side of the pitch. I'm going to see another substitution. Fatawu off, Monga on. And then some substitutions coming for QPR as well. Not soon enough, Kevin. I think we've actually now swapped over to the QPR commentary. I don't know how that's happened. Although the Leicester link was always freezing. So Leicester on the far side. Get a throw in out of it though. Quickly taken. Oh. It's a good ball through, but we couldn't quite get on the end of it. Having trouble seeing the ball with the lights. Throw into Leicester. Level with the 6-yard box. Taken quickly again. So Leicester down the far side. No, ball ran out. It's going to be a goal kick. Leicester have been second best on everything today. Watford have gone 1-0 up against Stoke. I mean, this one I've got to say is probably down to the players, because when you've just beaten a playoff side like Ipswich 3-1, you don't make changes, or do you? Are you making changes because of the way the opposition play? But then, you're confusing the players, having to sort of swap in, week out, keep swapping the. Skip's doing well again in defence. Ball goes back to him in his own box. Oh, Ricardo, foul again. It's a yellow card for Ricardo. Who knew? Who fucking knew that Ricardo would get a yellow card? Sacamo, Sacamo, the big and the short and the small. I don't know if that's the song you're referring to there, Gray. Arcelarchic came and grabbed that one. Again, he throws it out rather than kicking it upfield, but then I don't think there's been many Leicester players up there. Ramsey trying to get it played forward, but just shoots it straight at a QPR fan. It was Bless Them All, wasn't it? That the original. It was a wartime song. Bless them all. Yeah, no, I'm just singing here because the game's so fucking shit. Come back, Tom. All is forgiven. I know I've said this before, but do you remember Jock Wallace when we were in the first, what was then the first division, saying that you should get points per half? I guess we'd be getting a point for the second half, wouldn't we? I don't know whether the players got. I mean, everybody else didn't get paid, which I have to say, I think it's a non-story. So you don't get paid. Well, you shouldn't be fucking expecting it. You know, from what I've read, the payday for Leicester City staff is the last working day of the month. As a bonus, you know they give it you early, but that's not. You know, it doesn't have to be that way. They don't have to give it early. You just happen to you know they happen to do that for you. I mean, you know, was they moaning when they were getting paid during COVID? I don't know, Gray. I don't know. Why the fucking hell is he still at the club? That should be a penalty then, shouldn't it? It's a penalty. So it's a Leicester City penalty. Just to cover Reed to take it. Silko Thomas, it hit the post. It hit the post. The goalkeeper dived the wrong way. It hit the post, and Silko Thomas got the rebound. I'm not even going to celebrate that. It's not worth fucking celebrating. I mean, I have to say it's probably too little, too late. I mean, it was a decent enough penalty. The commentators there for QPR are saying it's a free kick. Can we get number 5? Fairness, they probably could do. Headed clear. Off the post. Oh, wow. QPR could have had 5. They hit the post. Yeah, that wasn't a penalty. The QPR guy threw himself to the floor. So 84 minutes. It's another substitution. Page is on. Ricardo off. And obviously, Ricardo is on a yellow card. So that must have gone into Marti's thinking. 5 minutes left. The goal kick. At least Chowdhury making an effort here. So we're just going to run through the scores for you. 2-0 Bristol City 2, Middlesbrough 0, Charlton 1, Oxford 0. Sorry, Tom. Derby 1, Portsmouth 1, Hull 1, Brom 0, Ipswich 3, Sheffield Wednesday 1, 4-1 here as you know. Sheffield United 3, Birmingham 0, Watford 1, Stoke 0. Going to make the review show on Monday night very good. Oh. At 86 minutes, and QPR still going for the fifth. The ball's out on the right. Oh, I thought it was still on the line then. Thought Chowdhury had done well. Leicester, we are now down to 13th. Who knew? Derby, Southampton and Watford all gone above us. Bristol City gone back above us as well. Coming away again down this right-hand side. I've got to say congratulations to Wayne. 3 points in the prediction league. As well as things stand, he has. Thomas. Skip back in that defensive role. Maybe we should have played him there at the start. Nelson not had his best game in defence. Jaworski hit the face. Gone out for a Leicester throw, I believe. Problem is with this stadium, because the edge of the pitch is so close that you can't really see when it's down at this part of the pitch in front of you. You can't really see what's going on. It was offside, actually. Yeah, we're going to find out stoppage time in a minute. Hopefully it's not too much, because we're not actually like we're fighting to keep in this. Four minutes. Luke Thomas with a long throw. Skip gets the ball. Nelson. Monga gets a free kick. QPR commentators are loving this. Thomas. Not a bad ball, but he was kind of played into trouble. Now Mavididi comes running back to help Thomas out. Oh, it's going to be a QPR kick. Throw in, sorry, I should say. QPR fans were chanting, "We want 5" then. You can't blame them, really. It's a corner to Leicester. Suko Thomas is taking it. No, I don't think it's going to be a very good one, because his last two efforts weren't. Referee again. Oh, got the flick on there, but again, nobody to on the end of the flick on. Oh, Chowdhury. Good boot in there. Still Archie just clears it up. Yellow card for QPR. Foul on Monga. Free kick's played short and wide to Monga. Now there's the final whistle. And we lose. Welcome back, Chris. Well, words fail me. Words absolutely fail me. This is going to be a very, very interesting post-match chat. I'm going to go and ring the Samaritans. Please don't go away. We'll be back in a few minutes and we'll be talking just how shit are Leicester City? That is the question. And I think the answer is 10 out of 10. We'll be back in a few minutes with the guys. It can't get any worse, can it?
It can.
Welcome back, Chris. Welcome back, my friend.
Right, can I just say two things? Welcome along, guys, by the way. I'd like to say it's nice to be back, but it's fucking horrible. If anybody is in the mood, if you want to lend me 50 quid, I can get to Lanzarote and back. And I'm happy to go again and get out your way.
Do you want to check a bag?
Oh, I've got my stuff over there. I can literally just, all I need to do is pack my undies. That's the joy. That's the joy of having a friend who's got one. I messaged him saying 5th to 12th of January. It's like $49.98, you know. Shall we go? Quiz question for you all. What's the difference between Wayne and Leicester City?
No idea.
Wayne can get 3 points on a Saturday.
No way.
Yeah, I can't even fucking get that, can I?
It's the 1 week that Tom didn't go for an away victory. And were you tempted this week, Tom?
Yeah, a little bit, mate, a little bit. But like, I've been second guessing myself because when you're in a bad run of form, you end up doing that, don't you? So yeah, it is what it is, right?
What are you doing Boxing Day, Tom? It's over to you.
I don't know, mate. We'll talk about it in the week and see how we feel, perhaps, on this one because that.
No. Excuse me. We are doing it. It's just you're doing it, not me. You know?
I'll be the good luck charm to keep us in the league after that performance, by the looks of it, because yeah, it was completely bloody abject, wasn't it? I mean, I've done my ranting earlier in the season, Chris, but like, what do we say after that? It's almost like, well, we knew it was going to happen again with this group, right? The players stink. They stink as a group. They just got no motivation to play football.
I've got to say, Jim, start of the show, because I spoke to a QPR fan, and obviously they were loving it because of Marti. And he said Marti was nearly sacked before he went off and was put on gardening leave. And then he got a lucky draw that the other team should have won in the 95th minute and it was ruled offside. He said, what will happen with Marti? He'll get you 3 or 4 good results and then he'll get you 2 or 3 bad ones. Then you're moaning and moaning and he'll go and get 3 or 4 good ones again. And I'm like, I'm going to ring this guy up and just say, have you got the lottery numbers, please?
Yeah. I just think it's gonna be the state of what we're faced with. I mean, look at the quality of our team. Granted, we do have some nice additions with James and Ramsey, and we got some youngsters that we're high on. But I mean, this is the hand that Marty's been dealt. I don't know what his squad was like when that QPR fan said that, but from what we've seen of him, you know, we're getting excited when he wins 2 out of 3 and draws the other, and then they put this shit on the pitch. I think that's what we're going to see. We're going to see a roller coaster with hopefully a few more draws and wins, or wins and draws, than performances like this. I mean, I don't expect anything different.
That's not to you, by the way, Jim. That's to Tom. Not to Tom, to Gray. You know? I just before I went away, Wayne, I wrote my bit for the BBC, which they wouldn't publish in its fullest because they were thinking I was being a bit unfair. The BBC. And I was saying Marty's got to go. Why is he doing this club? He's doing exactly the same as Rude did, but he hasn't got as good of players and blah, blah, blah. Get this man out of my club. And then he goes and does that. But I went for this team. Kate went for this team. This was a team that has just had beaten a Norwich side. Now, that Norwich side is currently sitting... sorry, not Norwich, Ipswich Town. Sorry, Ipswich. That's a side that's sitting 3rd in the table. We put 3 past them. We beat them 3-1. Should have been 3-0, but Stolarczyk had a hiccup. You've got to stick with that side. But then that side goes to QPR and we get stuffed. Mind you, it's the season to be stuffed, I guess, isn't it?
It is, Chris. Oh, very, very good, Chris. I like it.
I'm back. I bet you
Anybody,
didn't get humour off Tom, did you? Hey, did you?
anybody think you do a radio show, Chris?
Indeed they would.
Yeah, but I've got to be honest with you, QPR. I mean, I was half and half about my prediction because apart from losing against Middlesbrough, I know you mentioned in the pre-match, yeah, their manager would say that he came up against good Middlesbrough side, but they are phenomenal. You know, how many points are they ahead of the third place, Middlesbrough? Yeah, 5 points ahead of Ipswich. They're a really good side, and that's the only team that QPR have lost in the last 5. They've won all the other 4 games, so they're a bloody good side, and you can see why. Loftus Road is a really difficult pitch, especially probably for the younger lads, because a crowd are right on you. You can't really punch balls down the line for people to run onto. It's a small pitch. And that combination of maybe a bit complacent after the last 3 results. And the fact that QPR, if they start like that every match, that's what an excellent way to start a football match. Bang on it. Yeah.
Problem is they don't play Leicester every week. I mean, we're going to go through the match now. I mean, look, Tom, Dworski said there, it's lazy to keep the same side, saves upsetting people. If he'd have gone and made changes today and we lost, he would have had his balls chewed off. So I'm sorry, Dworski, I'm going to disagree with that because I went for the same side. Kate went for the same side. If it's not broken, don't fix it. And on the last 3 results, that team wasn't broken. We're gonna look at whether he got it right going into the match, as in when he did his substitutions, the substitutions he made, blah blah blah. We're going to go into that in a bit, but I don't blame him for starting that team.
No, neither do I, but that's what makes the result sting that a little bit more, doesn't it? Because we thought we'd seen that little bit of a positive trend up with these boys over the last 3 games, you know, and then it comes crashing back down to earth, and it's just it's worrying the nature of the defeat, really, for me, because it was the lack of fight, it was the lack of commitment in the entire team that came and started from Ricardo, really, who singled himself out as probably the worst performer of the day today for us and just couldn't get anything right and didn't even look like he wanted to try half the time, which is rare for Ricky because sometimes he's bad and he tries, but yeah, it was a bizarre day today for that and how that sort of spread amongst the team. Yeah, and I just think, what do you consider after this? Do you tear it up and go back to the drawing board and go, well, second half we should have gone 3-5-2? I know we're going to get into this later, mate, but, do we change the formation now? I mean, are we just going to complete going around in cycles here and coming back to having a bad result? And when does the ship capsize? Because you only think with the confidence of this football club going back to last season, if they can't get on a run, then I think we are more likely to trend downwards than upwards, aren't we? Or even stay the same because the confidence is fragile. And today's result won't help that, but they didn't help themselves, the players, at all.
No, they didn't. I want to stick with Ricardo, Jim, because like I said at the start, I did a midweek show with Locks on his channel, and I was very scathing of Ricardo, and I said, if we can get some money for him, get him gone. There is no way that man should be captain of my football club. He could not captain, and I said this at half time, he could not captain a wank-off in a whorehouse. He has absolutely no management skills whatsoever. It was down to Ayew when we went 3-0 down, and can give Ayew some praise here, to get the team in the huddle and have a go at them. What the fuck is he doing with that black armband? Should be over his fucking eyes, and then he might be able to play a bit better if he can't see what he's doing.
No, I happen to agree with you. I have that comment you made. He can't captain. You know what? I have that down as the quote of the match, but I think
I don't want to disappoint you. I bet you could only come up with 2 things every week, couldn't you? Not being here.
No, I think Ricky has always been certainly a fan favorite. We've always liked him, but you've always talked about the injuries and he can't stay on the pitch and this and that. And we even talked as a group, the 4 of us, early in the season about should he even be on the team. With what I saw today, no. But one thing I will 100% agree with, he should not be the captain of this squad. Not a bit. I mean, I'm always a big believer. You've heard it for 2 years now. You need a vocal leader. You need someone that can get out there and lead. A little bit of what IU tried to do today, but we just haven't had that person. And it's not Ricky. It's not, and he's not even at the top of his game that he could lead by example. Because the other way to lead is lead by example. Get out there and bust your ass and make the plays consistently over and over. He's not that guy either. So I would not have him captaining this squad. No way.
I'm going to end it there because we're actually agreeing, Jim. I don't think this will get any better than that. I think we've peaked already. Wayne, I agree with Jim. Look, I said it and Jim agrees with me, but I'm actually going to contradict what I said there, because when you look at David Beckham, he was captain of England. You could argue whether he did a good job or not, but he actually led by example rather than, he wasn't vocal. You know, you look at Roy Keane. Oh my God, that was the strongbow coming back. not a good day to give up drinking. Here we go. It's got to be done. Not a good day to give up glue sniffing.
You've got to pace yourself, mate. You're going out to the pub after this.
I know.
You had that prop set up. You were just waiting for a time in the show to do the glue. I know that. It's from Airplane, and you were waiting for that one.
I love a bit of Airplane and Naked Gun. I love that man, Mr. Nielsen. But, Wayne, you know, you've got somebody like Roy Keane who's very vocal. But we need somebody vocal at the moment. It's a case of at that particular time, maybe Beckham was the right guy, and he did lead by example. I'm not saying, or I am saying that Ricardo's not got an example in him at the moment. He shouldn't. Do you think we need somebody more vocal?
Yeah, I think we do. I think this result does show how vulnerable we are. In other words, we've had 3 really good results. Ipswich, I do feel that flattered us a bit. They didn't really turn up. Very disappointed with Ipswich on that game. But I think it does show up the age thing. So you've got Ricky P, and you said, because I think on the day, if he could play 90 minutes, but he's not that player that can play 90 minutes, and he isn't that vocal. And it's like Vestergaard. I mean, I don't know if his first or second goal, he was at fault for that. Just really slow, watching the cross come behind him and just did not react. Didn't stick his foot out or anything. The player got it, fumbled a bit and scored it in. So I think the limitations of some aging players in the squad, like Winks even, that is being sorted out. I do think they will get sorted out, but we've not got anybody to replace them at the moment. But that's definitely showing up our weakness, because you weren't even to be able to. Sometimes in a match, you've got to, say if you're in midfield, you've got to battle for 5 minutes. They're all on top of you. You've got to work really hard to try and get back in control of the game. And I just don't think we did that. And that is my concern. I think that does highlight the lack of leadership we've got in the team. And it's something that we do need to address. As Tom said, the character recruitment is just as important as whether you've got a tricky winger.
Especially with young players. We've got young players out there. They need to hear something from a leader. They need to see something from a leader. And we're not providing it. So we've got to get that leader. And I don't think it's always just about age. You could be a younger player with a leadership quality. Because, I mean, just because you're an older player, look at that guy that went over to the Italian team and he's scoring goals and getting that team excited. He's an older player, but he plays with a fire still. And we just don't have that fire and desire.
I'm just looking for my next prop. I can't find.
I think one thing in relation to what Jim said, I think when things are going well for us, it's great.
Yeah.
I think the challenge that our side has currently with the dynamics and the personalities, when things go difficult for us and tough, we haven't got the resolution that a lot of other teams have got, because they've got younger, more hungry players.
Yeah, and look, Vardy is Vardy. I love Vardy to bits. I've got one of his new shirts, which are available through the Leicester Till I Die Facebook page if anybody wants one. But we do have to accept, Tom. We do seem to at this club like to sort of, like I said the other week, let's dig Frank Worthington up and put him on the pitch. We seem to be saying that once his players were good, they're always going to be good. Jamie Vardy is an exception. He'll be going on when he's 90, a bit like Stanley Matthews. Well, not 90, but you know what I mean. But we have to accept, as much as we love Ricky and as much as he's been a great, part of our team for many years and enjoyed the successes with us, he's past it now. And I know we've only got a few months of his contract left because he'll leave in the summer. Well, hopefully we'll let him go. But if we can let him go now, if we even, look, we got 2 million for Cody, so who knows? If John Rudkin can do his magic again, we would be saving £2 million on his wages.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting one, isn't it? Because I think it's that case of it's twofold. It's the age that's got to these players now, like Vestergaard as well as another one like Ricardo, where you think that's 2 years on from the Enzo years, right? Where there was probably the last little flurry for these guys. But then there's also the mental aspect of having a few of these players that have been here for a long time now. And sometimes in life you need a change. And the club's not been through a good time the last couple of years either. I mean, apart from obviously winning the championship, after that it was all downhill and really negative stuff for a long time. And now we're stuck in the same shape we were under Ruud van Nistelrooy, trying the same ideas and trying with lesser of a squad than what we had last year, because the best of the bad bunch were sold, to meet our financial obligations. So yeah, it's a twofold situation, mate, that we've held on to certain players too long. Ricardo probably should have been a similar situation to Tielemans in regard to we should have tried to sell Ricardo at the right point for the maximum amount of profit, because there was one season in the Premier League, for example, he was the best right back in Europe. Probably he was better than Trent Alexander-Arnold when he was doing well for Liverpool. He was that good, and then we didn't maximize that, and now look at the state the club is in because we've held on to things for too long. So yeah, I think that is interesting. I mean, the only problem we got is we're going to have to see for Ricardo specifically at right back. It depends who else we can bring in, because we can't leave ourselves positionally short, and we haven't really shown the commitment to be giving Aluko minutes if that's going to be the case. So, and that's the thing, we're not really prepared for the scenario where he leaves, which makes the situation even worse.
100%, and I was just going to say that then, if he was to go, who do we put in there? The obvious one is Hamza, sorry. But it was nice to see Hamza come on and actually play in his central midfield role. But look, let's, unfortunately, guys, we are going to have to do this. Let's go back and go back to the start, Jim. Wow.
Is that before they come on the pitch, or do we have to talk about that?
Yeah. Good point. Can we talk about the dressing room? Because the warm up. I think we won the warm up, didn't we?
I thought the pre-match with you and Tom was brilliant. I thought that took it right there. We should have gone right from the pre-match to the post-match.
Well, no, we should have just stopped at the pre-match, shouldn't we? That was it, totally. Maybe I should have just played music and had a radio show. But look, I mean, for God's sake, and look, Marty's picked the team, and I'm at this point, I'm not blaming Marty because he's picked the team that has just got 7 points out of 9. But is he not saying to the players, be careful at the start? We've conceded a few early goals. Just be careful. 1 minute 56, Jim.
Well, here's a crazy stat. In the last 6 games, we have scored first in 4 of them. Okay, and we were 3-0-1. So 3 wins, 1 draw. The 2 we didn't. The 2 we conceded first, we got beat badly. And you look across the season, I mean, I don't know if it's just a coincidence fact, but it seems like when we score first, we retain that. We have to hang on a lot at the end, but when we let them score first, like we did today, right off the bat, I guarantee you every single Leicester fan went, oh, shit, here we go. And there's something to be said about that. I just felt that early goal, we weren't even – you said you weren't even sitting in your seat yet, but the players didn't even look like they were there.
At least I saw it, Jim. At least I saw it.
Yeah. Ooh.
Love you, Tom. Love you to bits.
Yeah.
At least I saw 3 points.
Boom. Yeah, I'll give you that.
I think that we just sleepwalked and we came on. And once you concede that quick and then concede again, there was no hope from that early in the match. So I think giving up those early goals have killed us.
Wayne, you're the only one of the 4 of us that actually resides in the county of Leicestershire. Do you know any good pizza places we can go to?
Don't eat takeaway pizza, Chris. Not these days.
Dilly ding, dilly dong.
Oh yes, like it, mate. Like it. Jim's on the ball. Sorry, Chris. I'm still half asleep from watching that. I said to the lads, I got home from work and I was going to crack a couple of beers open. I just went and made a strong coffee.
Espresso. But I mean, we can't keep a clean sheet, as Tom said at the start. We need Andrex to come and sponsor us, don't we? We need to. Yeah, I mean, at that point, it's all QPR. But I've got to say, the defending was absolutely awful. I'm going to give Thomas a bit of credit here because he was holding the QPR striker off, but then it went to out to a QPR guy on the byline. Where was fucking Mavididi? He's got to learn, and the same with Fatua as well, to do more defensively.
Yeah, they were leaving the fullbacks exposed, and that has been a long-term problem. What is worrying is like Jim said, like you won't even say, it's the amount of early goals we concede. The amount of early goals. Sheffield United, Tom Cannon 2 minutes, O'Hare 4 minutes. That's an attitude coming out of the. What's that cigar for, Chris?
I've decided. I mean, I'm drinking. I might as well smoke. I've not smoked for 20 fucking years, and this is what the club does to me.
Prime Lanzarote cigar, that is, right up there with Cuba, just unknown.
Actually, it's not. It's Italian. My Italian neighbour said, "I've got a present for you. I've come back from Italy." Gave me a fucking cigar, and I don't even smoke.
Does it smell of garlic? That'd be amazing. Imagine a garlic cigar, Italian style.
I've forgotten the taste because there's no filter on this, is there? You just taste in the. Anyway, sorry.
Because it's been much more interesting than talking about Leicester, hasn't it?
Well, look, there you go. I don't know what.
The contraband.
Probably. If I suddenly start to float, mind you, I could do with that. Sorry, Wade. Do carry on, mate.
No worries, mate. Yeah, but it's the defence is a real worry. This does highlight it, but it's the early goals that really is shocking for me. So why are we consistently letting in early goals? That is like an attitude problem. You're just not set for the game. And I'm sure the team do have a huddle. I think lately it's either Vestergaard or D. Cordova-Reid that sort of does the speaky bit. It used to be Vardy. And Vardy was quite quick, weren't it? Shape up, you lazy fuckers, he'd be saying.
Give me a Red Bull.
Yeah, he would do, yeah. Have a swig of this Red Bull, pass it round. But yeah, it is concerning the early goals because that sets the tone. And with our temperament of not being able to fight when we've sort of been punched for what better sort of similar, we've not got that ability. So these early goals do kick the wind out of us, and I think we're not strong enough to deal with it. So
I don't think a Red Bull would help these players. I think it really does need Tom's cattle prod, to be honest with you. But Tom, do you know any good pizza chains?
Not particularly, no, Chris. No, not really. What are you thinking? Like just cheap takeaway ones, or?
Well, no, I was thinking you might get the joke. You know what I mean?
No, of course I won't, Chris, because we've had a few weeks off from each other. It's kind of like getting a new pair of shoes on today, going back to what we used to be like. So we've got to get that connectivity. We're playing like our jokes like Leicester today. The passing's a little bit incomplete.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. I've written down here at 10 minutes, Tom, Leicester City defence is all over the place.
Yeah.
Panic, and that was at 10 minutes. At 15 minutes, I did actually make a note that Skip. I mean, I didn't know he could run that fast, but he ran back and caught one of their strikers up and got a good tackle in. But then I've got at 18 minutes, I've got panic clearances by Leicester. We were panicking. There was no sort of either passing it out from the back or at least trying to get it to it. It was just boot it anywhere. And it was just coming back at us. And I know I'm saying boot it clear, but you can't do that for the whole fucking game, can you?
Well, you can't, but you can do it sometimes. I mean, unfortunately, I think it's becoming very much apparent that this is what Marty wants. So this goes back to what are we doing with Marty? Because he's obviously telling the players to do this because it's something that keeps happening in spite of the mistakes and pressure it puts on our defence and leaves them then, like you say, looking very shaky, only 10, 15, 20 minutes into a match, which we end up getting utterly hammered in. And it's a funny thing because we've got this thing where we're so focused on passing around the back and being defensively solid, right? It's almost like we are so focused on that we overthink things and we end up actually making and sabotaging ourselves, making our own mistakes at the back. It's kind of like thinking about an appointment you've got all day and thinking, I mustn't be late, I mustn't be late, I mustn't be late, over and over. And then ultimately you might end up late because you overthought it and crushed yourself with all that because we're so focused on that and way too much. And the teams that show us no respect, like QPR weren't going to at home, just completely take advantage of that. I mean, I would actually say there's an arrogance in this, Chris, unfortunately. When teams like we played against Derby didn't really come at us like they should have done. If they had, they would have probably put us on the back foot early, but they showed us a little bit of respect almost. And teams in this league that don't show you respect, they're going to get some points off us. And I think that's what annoys me because we see games where the attitude, when it's right, we can score 3 goals. And you go, if they can apply what we have seen them able to do for those appearances and those minutes throughout the season, this team could be in the playoffs. That's what makes it really, really frustrating for me as a Leicester fan, seeing it's all about if they could be asked to turn up on the day or not. And today, all those poor away fans, mate, were asked to go down there. And it could be a refund day for me.
Yeah. Gray says Havana cigars are rolled on the thighs of the girls who lived there. What I could taste, Gray.
Or men that look like girls.
Oh, that'd be a Thai cigar.
No, well, you could be right, actually. But I'm not quite sure where that's been.
Does it smell of salmon? I took the show off the air, guys, with that joke. Look at that. The air just sucked out of the room. Brilliant job.
Oh, there's something fishy about that. Anyway.
So when does the next plane leave for Lanzarote? That's what we need to know.
I'm on it.
Yeah.
Wait.
No Christmas for family this year for you, mate. You've got to get straight out there. Sorry, carry on, Wayne.
No worries, mate. Just further to Tom's point, there was once when we had this free kicker, we had an attack, and then the QPR broke because QPR broke really quickly, and that's the format, isn't it? For teams that play us, to say whenever Leicester lose a ball, just hit them on the break. And teams have got that thing. But one thing I noticed that, so they had the guy got the ball, he was running to try and get in the box, and Vestergaard really closed him down super well, and Vestergaard nullified the attack. Oh, hang on a minute. No, it wasn't Vestergaard. It was Jordan James. Jordan James was back tackling their attacker and slowing him down, and Luke Tarkson back because Vestergaard is too slow to get back.
He is, but and in fairness, I did make this point at the start. The advantages that Vestergaard give us really outweigh the negatives. You know, the negatives is that he can't run. The advantages is that he's a good passer and a fairly decent
If
tackler.
we had a manager who was capable of playing a system which would suit that, Chris, I'd totally agree. But unfortunately, I think that's where the cutting line is, and Marty doesn't do it.
You agreed with that comment when I said it pre-match, young Tom.
No, I did, but the thing is, Marty.
Yes.
Yeah, no, I know, and you've got merit for your comment. I'm back at that point where once again it's Marty's tactics, isn't it?
Well, I put down here, Jim, quite right. Talking of James, I put down in 21 minutes, he made a really good run, putting a low cross into the box. There wasn't a Leicester player anywhere near it. There's 3 Leicester players in the box, but they were all static, and they were all behind QPR. So you've got James here, passing the ball over there, but between any Leicester player and James were just QPR players in front of the Leicester players. Nobody was making a move for the ball.
It's funny you say that, because this will be the second time that we've agreed wholeheartedly today. It's scary, but I wrote down at the 21-minute mark, I kid you not, 21-minute mark, I said, are Mavididi, Fatawu, and Ayew even playing? They were invisible. They weren't even in our picture for 21 minutes. So yeah. I get it. I mean, James is always playing the ball up there, but they were invisible. Yeah. And I want to follow up on something the boys just talked about from the question about the early starts. Everybody knew, the media has talked about it, this was going to be the return of Marti, to QPR. The team was aware of it. The fans were aware of it. So we had to know that they were going to have a big push to start with. We just needed to weather the early storm, okay? We knew that. What this team is not capable right now, because of their youth and experience, is weathering those storms. So like Tom or Wayne said, when the teams hit us early and hit us hard, we're not experienced enough to weather that. The ones that don't come out fast, like those 3 matches we just played, we scored first. We were on the front foot. So I think, back to being prepared, both manager and players, we let them come out early and let them hammer us, and they kept hammering us, and we just never recovered. And I think the lack of having guys up top to receive a ball, they were invisible.
Isn't that showing again? Sorry, Chris, quickly about Marti again, and Dorco just mentioned it there in the chat as well, because other championship managers look how other teams are going to play. Do we not look at how other teams are going to play? Because we seem to have pot luck. It seems to be, if we play a Bristol City and they start and they like to hold possession and play 4-2-3-1 as well, we've got a slightly better edge of getting into the lead in that game, because they're going to naturally be playing by luck what we're going to be trying to do. But then as soon as we play like a Blackburn or a QPR or a Millwall, a team that's going to have limited possession and break on you quickly, we don't have any idea, because we've not even done the work to, other managers like the Hull manager, the Bristol City manager, they adjust for those games. The Preston manager, the Charlton manager, they change their formation for these games. I think when it comes to, with all due respect to Marti, his tactics and his understanding of the game, he's in a relegation zone of championship managers for me, because I can see 20 plus other coaches in this league who've got more versatility under their belt and a more organised group of players at this point in the season than we have. Sorry, Chris, I had another rant about Marti.
No, good point. So we're coming on to his substitutions. Surprise, in a bit. What was that word? And this isn't a joke because I have forgotten it, but what was that word you just used to describe the team, Jim?
God, I don't remember. You tell me.
I
don't even remember.
Jim, you were saying that this team switched on, right? You said so that then they're not switched on to the fact that we always concede in early goals. Again, totally agree with you. That's 3 times. Good God, we might make it into double figures, Jim. But Wayne, it's not a case about getting switched on. It's a case about doing the basics. 2-0 down after 29 minutes, and I was laughing because I've just seen Alan's post-match ratings. 2-0 down after 29 minutes. We went 2-0 down. I'm getting all my pages mixed up here. And I've written down 2-0 to QPR, summer free kick, not dealing with the first or second ball. Nelson, he's all right, we could argue he's young. And I agree with what you said, Jim, but it's not about being up for it. It's about doing the basics. He went to clear the ball. Fucking don't know what he did, but he went up in the air and it ended up conceding the goal. Ricardo couldn't defend again. I've got here awful defending by Ricardo and Nelson. But it's the basics, Wayne, isn't it? We've said in the past about passing. I mean, they didn't have the ball long enough to do any passes today, but it is all about doing. I mean, and I said this about Luca when he got sent off. That's not the fact that he was young. That's the fact that he should have known he was on a yellow card and taken it carefully. Nelson, surely, as a defender, he knows surely how to clear a ball.
Yeah, I do think it has exposed the weakness in our defence, but also midfield, we were getting overrun. The wingers, wingers poor. I know the wingers were poor today. So you got guys coming down the wing that weren't being tracked, and that sometimes drags the midfield. Then have to jump out to try and cover. It was all a mess structurally. We'd lost the plot. And if you're playing football and whether it's you're a defender or not, if you're getting overrun, you have a chat between yourself, your midfielders, or you pull your wingers back. And there are people, whether it's a pub team, non-league football, you'll have that chat. You'll say, right, we've got to stop this. For the next 5 minutes, they're coming down the left-hand side. So what we'll do, we'll hotcho. And, you know, it's just that's basic stuff. So we did all lose ahead. And I don't think Loftus Road helped our wingers to not lose ahead. But it shows the weakness there. And, you know, Fatu went off chuntering to himself. Mavididi was struggling to beat his man. Sometimes just rather than running around him, he was just trying to pass the ball through the opponent's legs. You think you're never going to, you know, so it was just one of those games where everything went wrong, but everything went wrong because we lost control of the match.
Yeah, I said, Tom, as we said at half time, 29 I've just written down here, 29 minutes, 2-0 to QPR from a free kick, not dealing with first or second ball, or the third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, ninth, and 10th as well, to be honest with you. Nelson clearance up in the air, and I've written down here in red, look, I'm turning into Tom, I'm using a highlighter, highlighting things, good God. I've put awful defending. There needs to be subs at half time.
Yeah.
The ink had not gone dry on the piece of paper, and it's 3-0 to QPR. And I was writing this out. The actual commentator said exactly the same thing. Well, I said just before, looking dangerous every time they come forward.
Yeah, and that was it. That's exactly what was happening because they were battling and winning every ball, weren't they? And like, I can't remember us really attacking at all in that game. It was all either us passing it around at the back, waiting for us to give the ball up to them in a dodgy 50-50 pass, and then they'd come and they'd create an opportunity, right? So, yeah, and it's funny you mentioned about the subs, Chris, as well, because I was thinking at that point we're going to have to change it because this game had hallmarks of the whole game where we were getting a bit under the cosh early, didn't it? Very similar game, and he changed the formation up second half there to the 3-5-2 early, and we looked like we were going to impose ourselves on them because our mindset then was removed from the defensive side of the game. We flooded our midfield, and then we actually had more of the game in the opposition half because we weren't sabotaging ourselves with how we were facing the game. So it was a shame, like, from that he didn't actually make that change earlier, because who knows, if we got a goal early in the second half we might have done something. But yeah, we were way too late, and Marti once again seems like his head dropped as much as the players today, to be completely honest, mate. I'm
sorry. I mean, I think most managers, Jim, at that point would have said, I'm not even waiting till half time. I'm going to make the changes now. With 3-0 down, something's going wrong. You know, not many teams come back and get anything from being 3-0 down. We've had it. Make the changes now. I mean, the commentator said, all too easy for QPR. And it was. And I've got to say, and going back, and I may have mentioned this before, but I've written it down here, so I'm going to mention it again, because I know sort of you like him. Ayew, he was the one, as I said, that got the team in the huddle.
Mm-hmm.
He did get a yellow card afterwards. I'm not sure. I think that was just for arguing.
Dissension.
But maybe Ayew should be captain.
You know, we certainly liked to see the fire that he had today, and the fact that he spoke up and the fact that he huddled the team. It would be interesting to see the players, if they look up to him as a leader, or if they look at him as just an aging player. Yeah, okay, shut up, old man. You don't really know. If they look at him with respect for the way he plays and his experience, then that certainly would be helpful. But yeah, there was no, besides that, when he got a little fired up and got them together, there was none of that in the game. None at all.
No. Diamond says here, is Marty worse than Rude? No, I don't think he is, because at least he managed to win some games, which is more than really, let's be honest with you, Rude. Well, he did at the end, but it was all over by then. Wayne, like I said earlier, the commentator, we look a little bit lost. And I added to that, no, not a little bit, we've lost the fucking sat nav. I mean, that's like me on FIFA. I mean, the ball was just going everywhere. There was no cohesion. What happened to the team that just beat Ipswich? And like I said, this is what the QPR fans said, and it's coming true. And he said, the commentator, this was the Leicester commentator, a goal for Leicester now could change things. And I said, it's never going to fucking happen. And it's not. And then suddenly, 4-0. You think it can't get any worse? Oh, yes, it can. 4-0. I said to Tom at half time, so I'm going to ask you again, Wayne. That was when Ronaldo, I can't remember, it was one of the wrong somethings, another for Brazil, tried to put a cross in against Leicester. I think it was David Seaman, and the cross ended up going into the goal. I think that was one of those, because if you look at one of the QPR players after the celebrating, he's walking away going, what was that? That wasn't meant. I'm sorry, but again, what? And I asked this of Tom. What's the logic at fault for a lot of these goals?
I don't trust him under. I don't think he's. I think he's a 70% keeper that we need. I don't think he's the answer. But then again, so, when you've got a shit defence in front of you, you are the last line of defence, and the defence was. In fact, I made note, get Vestergaard. I think Vestergaard does need to go. I'm not interested in how perfect his passing is. We can manage without his passing, because as a team we cannot defend properly against young, dynamic people who want to hit us on the break with Vestergaard. We just can't do it.
It sounds very much, Wayne. It sounds very much like you're making an argument for keeping Danny Ward.
I hope.
No. You're saying, that if the defence in front of you isn't very good.
How many of those ciders have you had, Chris?
Yes.
No, but this is what I was always saying with Danny Ward. When the defence in front of you is shit, doesn't matter if you've got Banks, Shilton in the goal together, you're still going to concede goals. But no, I just
I think what is Vestergaard is no way good enough for the Premier League. He's no way good enough to be in a championship team that wants to definitely get in the playoffs at least, or challenge the top two to get in the Premier. He is mid-table at best, and it doesn't matter whether it doesn't matter whether you can punch the ball through. You need somebody like a Huthor Morgan. You need somebody like, you look at all the central defence of all these championship sides. They've got good, young, hard tackling, good on the ball central defenders, and the other, like Tom said, guys, plays a 3 or a 4.
Okay, I get what you're saying, and yes, we'd love a Huthor Morgan back, wouldn't we? We really would, or even a Walshy. If you get rid of Vestergaard, you need some experience in that back line, and Vestergaard does give you that. So if you bring a Luco in or a Coley, you've not got that experience. So what you're saying is that it's going to be probably Nelson and Wout Faes.
No, sorry. Just to clarify, I was saying that he is what we've got this season, and unless we get somebody in on loan in January, but we cannot even contemplate going into next season with Vestergaard in as a starter in our central defence. We absolutely will never make the playoffs, because all the teams know exactly our main weakness, and it is Vestergaard on the break.
Jim, let me come back to you on this one then.
Right.
I don't want to make the playoffs, because if we make the playoffs, we've got a good chance of going up. And if we go up, it's going to make Rude's year look like a walk in the park, because we are going to get stuffed every week in, week out. So I don't want to be anywhere near the playoffs.
Well, I think it's a slippery slope, because personally, I would like to stay down one more season to get our affairs in order, to get the club in order, to figure out what direction we want to go, what scheme we want to run, what just get our shit together. However, I'm not going to go as far as saying I don't want to make the playoffs or get close to the playoffs, because I think there's something about energizing a team too. If we end up in the bottom part of the table, safe but not relegated, and we're just going through the motions, I think that's also detrimental to the team for next year. If we have a spark, say the last third of the season, and we get up close to the playoffs or make the playoffs and then lose, that to me gives them at least a little something of an energize to get prepared for the next season. The youngsters will get to play a little bit. They'll see what it's like to be in a playoff hunt. You don't want to go up. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. That's the fourth time we've agreed, Chris. We do not want to go up because this team has got so much fifth. Sorry. I think we should do a shot every time we agree. That's a new rule starting the new year.
I've been keeping a note. Look, if you can see the gate there.
Got it. All right. New year shot every time we agree. But no, we don't want to go up. But I do want to see us push for the playoffs because I think that'll give some incentive to those that are returning, and it'll have something for them to shoot for. Otherwise, they're just going to be waste the season.
My worry, I do understand that, and I'm speaking it with a little bit of my tongue in cheek sort of thing. But my worry is if we get near the playoffs, knowing bloody Leicester will get into the playoffs, and if we somehow manage to get up, I just think that's going to set us back even further, But let's not. So at half time, Tom, we kind of agreed on this that we were not dealing with the crosses into the box.
Nope.
We needed to change formation for 3-5-2, take Ricardo off, and make AU captain. He didn't do any of those.
No.
And let me ask you this, Tom. This is a bit of a pub quiz question for you here.
Oh, God. Okay.
Right. Pay attention. Two teams are playing football.
Yes. QPR and Leicester, if I was watching the correct game.
Yep. One of them is 4-0 up.
Yeah.
One of them is 4-0 down. One of those teams makes a substitution at half time. Which team was it?
Well, I know which one it was. It was the one that was 4 up, but it should have been the one that was 0 in the game.
Exactly. This is where I now get fucking angry with Marty. He should have made the changes in the first half. There's no law that says you can't. And can I just say, I don't know if you had probably not the same commentator as me, but I think he said, and it was the guy for Leicester, that most teams seem to like to play this 4-2-3-1. Just leaving it there.
Well, he's wrong, but yeah, no, I get the point.
What the fuck? No changes. Look, highlighted it. Look, I've done a U. No changes at all. 4-0 fucking down. And all right, the commentator said there's a bit of, you say to these players, go out and prove you're not as shit as you look.
Yeah.
But he then left it till 60 minutes. It was obvious. We nearly conceded a fifth in the first minute of the second half. It was fucking obvious there was still shit. But I'm sorry, you don't give a team that's 4-0 down the chance to go and redeem. There's no redemption from 4-0 down at half time. I was seriously thinking 9-0 here.
Yeah, exactly, mate. I completely agree. I literally staggered he didn't make the formation change and some substitutions on half time, because I also think it's a good way to make a statement of intent to start the second half. It takes the pressure off the fact you are already 4 down, and you just go, well, now we've got a fresh start of it. We've changed things up. Let's see what we can do. And if you get an early goal, then all of a sudden the game might swing. This is a funny league. It does things like that. But yeah, I mean, it was interesting to see that he's almost now, I think he's doubted his own decisions almost, because if you look at how his teams have performed, the teams he's been picking. I mean, today's matchup with Sato and Ricardo was an absolute disaster, similar to the one we had at Millwall with Thomas and Aziz. Just the player, they couldn't cope with him at all because he was far too quick from him, far too nimble. And you just think, if that's the case, then you've got to be seeing that. I've got to be making the changes because, and Ricardo's been brought up because he's the example of this today, the standard bearer that did this throughout the game. In the second half, when he had that rocket up his arse, he was still making the same mistakes. He didn't get any better. So it proved that it was the wrong decision to keep sticking with him. So, yeah, I mean, it summed up to me today, like, not only did the players kind of not even turn up, I think Marti, for the first time, maybe lost his head a little bit with it as well, which is always a concern because how long can these things carry on in that regard?
I remember, I kind of half remember, I think it was Liverpool and Klopp, but I could be wrong. It was a few seasons ago, and it was a Premier League game. And one of the either left back or right back was really getting torn one. They were struggling. 15 minutes into the game, the manager had seen that and he went, right, you're coming off. He wasn't necessarily playing badly. He was just being outplayed and outrun. He made that change, that manager, after 15 minutes. And I'm thinking, that's very brave. But you could see that was going to be a problem all game. Marti either gets his substitutions spot on or gets his substitutions way off. But, Jim, I want to talk to you about the referee. And I don't hate criticising referees, but last time we were down here, I thought they were pretty good. This season, they've been pretty awful. And again, the commentator said it, did the referee have control of the game? I noticed at one point a player ran into the back of one of ours and went down holding his chest, and the referee went over and said, "You're right, mate," tapped him on the shoulder. Ayew went down, having had an arm in his face. The referee didn't even stop the fucking game.
I remember your comment midway through the watch-along. See, I do listen. I do listen to the watch-along. And you were going on and on. You were going on and on about the ref. And I put a comment in. I just felt that it was more indicative of us having 11 men that were like Walking Dead than it was a poor referee. Did he had some bad calls? Yeah, I think overall you'll find them. I do remember when Ayew, it was Ayew, when he got an arm across the face and he went down. And that ref, to your point, didn't even look his way. It just said play on. But that was also after Ayew got in his face and was argued and got a yellow card. So I think it was like, yeah, you're gonna argue with me, move on. So I didn't think he was god awful as a ref. I just think we stunk so bad out there. It was easy to point at a ref.
Like a Cuban cigar, Jim. We stunk like a Cuban cigar, didn't we?
Well, it depends where the cigar was rolled now.
Yes, it does.
Chris, don't get Jim in trouble. We know that the president of the country over there watches social media, so don't talk him into trouble. Goodness me.
He'll sue me for $5 billion, won't he? But we were I'll put here, after 50 minutes, it was all a bit scrappy. We literally just carried on where we'd left off. So I'm thinking, changes need to be made, Jim.
No. Changes should have been made a lot sooner. I mean, your point when you asked Tom earlier about at halftime, should the changes, they should have been made immediately, even in the first half when we were down 3-0. Because at that point, what we got to lose? Get some scores in there, change formation, do something. But when he just waited and waited and waited, all you're telling your team and your fans are, we're just going to let this game go the way it's going, and it's not looking good.
Yeah. Jacob made a save, in fairness, Wayne. He did manage to make one with his left hand, and then Vestergaard just booted it into the stands. That's fucking at last. We cleared it, but, and I know I've gone over this point a few times, I've put down here at 57 minutes, we need changes now. And he still hadn't made them. 62 minutes, and QPR, when you're 4-0 up, they did what any team would do. They just sat back and hit us on the counter-attack. And that's what their guy said when I was talking to him. He said, we'll give you all the possession, and we'll just hit you on the counter. Look, we had 55% possession, so yeah, he wasn't wrong. He hit the nail on the head so many times. But they could just pick us off at the will, couldn't they?
The could, and they're dynamic enough to do it, and we're not this is the worst game, I think, Vestergaard. I think he was pivotal in his losing that game, to be honest. Along with the wingers not losing their heads. So it's like anything, isn't it? It's like you've got to get the minds ready for a battle. It's sport. We love sport because it could go either way. If we knew all the results, we'd hate sport because it'd be boring. We like that edge. Can we win? Can't we? Against the odds, we've had one man sent down. But this is about the attitude, and I think that's the thing that concerns me. This game in particular, I've noticed it in other games where things are going well. We've got front-footing players. We like to play with the ball. That's brilliant. When it's a bit difficult, we struggle. And that's why I do think we need to recruit, as Tom's been going on about, characters. If we got another, like a Cook a few years ago for Bournemouth, who playing for QPR, didn't they? Brought him on.
Yeah.
Someone like that, that's who we need next to Nelson. We need somebody who's quicker along the back line. And maybe not worry about, not just sacrifice him being able to pass the ball through the eye of a needle, because Nelson can do that. And when Yannick's around, West and Nelson will take on the responsibility. But I think we need to concentrate on our back line, because what seems really strange to me is the midfield and the wingers seem to capitulate us in a defensive midfield, and we made it really easy for them, to be honest. I mean, they look like, somebody said in the chat, it looks like we're playing Barcelona. No, we weren't. We're playing QPR.
Yeah.
But we made them look like Barcelona.
Let's talk substitutions, because at 63 minutes we had 3 subs, Tom. So I'm going to go around very, very handy. That at least he plays into my production here and makes 3 substitutions when I've got 3 guests on. So I'm going to start with you, Tom. James taken off. I thought he was one of our better players. I had him down as a possible man of the match for Leicester.
Yeah.
What the hell was he doing? And I get Skip had a good game as well, but why take either of them off for Chowdhury?
I'm guessing it has to be a minutes reason, Chris. It has to be about his fitness and worried about getting him injured or something, because it seems to be the first substitution he will make, apart from Ricardo sometimes, right? And it's normally linked to fitness over anything else. So I'm going to assume that's the case, but it isn't a good spot to be in when your best player can probably only play 60 minutes, or you risk him going down with an injury, which could take him out for a while, because he unfortunately had that bit of a record, really. So, yeah, I mean, there was also the change of shape to consider as well, I guess, with the change.
But he didn't. He didn't. According to the
it was later.
commentator, he kept the same formation.
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, because that is interesting. Yeah, so the formation change came later on in the next round of subs, actually, didn't it?
Yeah.
So no, yeah, it was surprising. Yeah, and really the thing is, it didn't really do anything apart from really reinforce the defensive passing the ball around the back. And it was mentioned in the chat as well. I mean, what is the plan B when we are 3-0, 2-0, 4-0 down in the game? Are we just going to keep trying to play through them from the back? Marty, is there a plan B to this when that isn't working like it has or not? I mean, how long's he been with the football club now, Chris?
Yeah, has he got a plan A?
Well, the plan A is passing it around the back and trying to be tight, isn't it?
No. I mean, Jim, I hate to say this, but Jordan Ayew got taken off, and I kind of maybe get that because he was on a yellow card. And the last thing we want to do, because we've got no Daka at the moment. Wow, that would have made a difference if we could have brought him on, wouldn't it? What the fuck was he doing? Taking off our striker, and we've got just remember that we have a striker sat on the bench. We have he's put a striker who none of us are particularly impressed with at the moment, but I have to say, in fairness to him, a bit like Iheanacho when he first came, he's not getting the minutes, right? So, but he has got him on the bench. So he's put him on there maybe just to make the numbers up. I don't know. Maybe he likes to keep things even on the bench, although it's 9 subs, so I don't know why. But he doesn't bring a striker on for a striker. He takes him off and puts on Silko Thomas. Now, nothing against Silko Thomas. I don't think Silko Thomas is a striker, is he?
No. And make it 6 times now. I had no problem with Ayew coming off because he was on a yellow and fresh legs at that point. Not a bad idea. If he had a plan to change the shape, to go for a different formation, or he had some plan in mind. Oh God, think of that. Him having a plan in mind. With Silko Thomas coming on, that would be one thing. Otherwise, just bring on Carranza. If you're going to go like position, bring him on. Like you said, he hasn't hardly played anyway. And I don't think we were magically, no matter who he brought in, we were going to magically salvage the game. But at least you would have given him some meaningful minutes to see if he showed us anything. So, no, I mean, Ayew coming off made sense. But once again, another surprising substitution.
At 4-0 down, I guess, we're not going to win the game at 63 minutes 4-0 down unless we did see the second coming of Christ and had a Christmas miracle. But if you're going to read these youngsters minutes, Jim, then put them in their natural positions.
Yeah.
Because you're asking this youngster to come on, say, right, I'm going to give you a few minutes. You're going to be played out of position. What good's that? I'm getting annoyed.
Cider.
I've run out. Don't open another one. I'm going out soon.
Blue. Blue.
Yeah, exactly. Well, you got that? You're doing that, or you're calling me stuck up? I'm not sure which. Wayne, you're going to be very happy because Vestergaard went off. And then Ramsey came on, which was always nice to see. And he actually probably didn't have, pretty decent when he came on. He got involved and could actually pass the ball. So he took a defender off and moved a central defender, central midfield into defence. And Skip went back to centre-back with Dakova Reed at a number 8 and Ramsey is the number 10. And number 8, I guess number 8 is like a number 6, isn't it, really, I guess? I mean, 3 words. What the fuck?
Hey. Do you know what, Chris?
I don't understand this game at all.
I know what you're saying, but Skip has proven himself. And I thought Skip looked great. And I did think I thought we looked better balanced, actually, towards the tail end of the game.
Yeah.
I love Monga getting on. Look, I hope the manager said, look, it's a difficult situation, but just do your best, play with your freedom. And Silko Thomas, I am impressed with him when he comes on. I really am impressed with Silko Thomas. I think if he can get a good run in the game, he does like to attack going forward, and he does look after the ball. And interesting, when he came on, did he come on for? Oh no, Fatu went on when Monga came on. Fatu was just chuntering to himself. Fatu was not a happy guy. So I mean, Fatu, he has a brilliant.
I'm glad you've jumped 10 minutes in advance in the game before I get to the.
Sorry, mate. Sorry.
Follow the script, man. Follow the script.
I know.
It was much more chill when I was in charge.
Footsteps of Dave.
This is like Keir Starmer versus Kevin Bailey. PM questions. I ask a question, but I get a completely different answer to the question that I've asked. But yeah, Skip did all right. But then it appears to have gone to back. He did then appear to change it to a back 3. Silko Thomas, yeah, he might be able to look after the ball, Tom, nurse the ball and, wipe it clean and what have you. One thing he can't do is take fucking corners.
No, definitely not, mate. No. I mean, you can't have everything in life, especially with Leicester City players, can you? I mean, we couldn't have 11 players today that would put the right attitude out to even, start trying to play football in this one before we were 3-0 down. So, yeah, I mean, I think Silko's still really rough around the edges, right? I mean, he's got a bit of pace, he's got a bit of trickery. He still needs to work on a lot of stuff for me to really be at the level, which isn't like maybe League One level, to be completely frank, at this moment in time. So, there's still a long way to go, isn't there? But yeah, it's more exciting, I think, to see the youngsters coming in now, because we are still in the back of our minds, of course, got this mass turnout. And we've talked quickly about AU maybe becoming the captain. He's going to be gone the end of the season, mate. So is there really any point in changing him? I mean, we kind of need someone who's going to be here longer.
Ricardo's not the fucking captain, and he's shit at it.
That's true, but then we need someone who's going to be here longer. Ironically, James would be the best captain, but we can't
Ricardo's out. Ricardo goes at the end of the season as well.
Well, he does, yeah, exactly. That's my point, exactly. So who really cares about the football club? Didn't we see a performance today where a lot of players probably don't care?
Yeah, but what you're saying is, don't make AU captain.
Yeah.
Keep it with Ricardo, because AU's leaving at the end of the season, well, so's Ricardo.
Yeah, well, there's no point in changing it then, is there? Unless you can think of anyone else. I mean, James stands out to me, but he's on loan.
Hang on, so we've got a shit captain, but he'll keep the captaincy because...
Yeah.
Why not?
Because that's Leicester City right now, in a nutshell, isn't it?
Well, it is, but we have got players out there that I think AU, in the short term, would make a better captain.
We have Chris, and he's at the back. He's in the dugout going, me. It's Wout Faz. Wout Faz could come in as captain.
Oh, Jesus.
Anyway, no, I kicked him. He's not coming on and saying something like that and thinking he's not going to get kicked. Naughty step, Wayne. Naughty step now. Go on. Now, Wayne, I'll jump to you for this one. I'll come back to you in a second, Jim, because Wayne might want to talk about this. On the 72nd minute, Fatawu went off. Monga came on.
Really?
I don't know if you noticed that at all. Fatawu did not have neither winger had the best game, but interestingly, Monga was on the right rather than the left. He can play both sides, but Fatawu, no, he wasn't having a good game, was he?
No, I think it highlights both the weakness in our wingers. I don't, okay, Fatawu does worldies. But then, like Kate and Steve will go down the match and says, sometimes just lay the ball off simply to one of your teammates to get a shot off. So I don't think we've really got. I don't think Mavadidi's up to week on week, season on season delivering. I think it's an area we do need to look at for next season, the wingers, because when the things are not going the way, they do go and hide. And unfortunately, you can't have that in your side. Tom in his FM, he would not stand for the wingers not putting in performances every week. You'd sort them out, wouldn't you, Tom?
Yeah, 100%, mate. Yeah, there was a question there from Legion, which I'll quickly say I totally agree with you, because Chris has asked for this about Hamza, hasn't he? I mean, the one thing Hamza's got is physicality in his game, sometimes too much of it, right? Sometimes there's a player who could get a straight red card at any minute's notice. It would be Hamza Chowdhury. But isn't that what we're talking about when it comes to Marti and the changes? It's like we're not seeing enough progression off the pitch to see a performance to start a game, and we're not seeing enough in the locker to be able to turn things around when things are difficult. And once again, that's a good point, isn't it, about Hamza there, Chris?
Yeah, no, well, yeah, I wouldn't be starting Hamza, because I think in Skip and James, do we drop either of those for Hamza? I think they are better footballers. But Hamza, I love to bits, and that's his role. And yes, if we are up, if we're ahead 1-0, but we're under a bit of pressure, bring him on, because he will stand there. He's a thou shalt not pass player. And if you're winning, again, he'll just hold that ball up for you. But I couldn't see dropping either of them for him. Jim, sorry, mate.
I just got good news. Wout Faz won't be here next year, and since we just
he will. No, he will. He's got another year on his contract. Well,
we just found out you love Hamza, so that means you can keep the wig and just recirculate it as Hamza. It's Hamza now for you.
Somebody did say a long time ago, right, what will you do if we sell if we sell out fairs. I said I'll dye it black and I'll be Hamza.
There you go.
There you go. I've got down here, Jim. Leicester in second best to everything. And then I've got 76 minutes, yellow card for Ricardo, who fucking knew? That's what I've written down. Yellow card to Ricardo, who fucking knew? Anybody's going to get a yellow card these games, it's Ricardo. And to me, that's because he has not got the speed, he has not got the legs, he hasn't got the talent anymore. And I'm not saying he's going out to chop players down, but I think that's his way. I mean, he's doing that because he hasn't got the speed.
No, oh, Jesus.
7.
You're 100% correct. You're throwing these out to me just knowing I'm good. No, you're correct. And if we can see it, as little as we know about the game, and I'm only talking about you and I, the other two fellas, they know it. You and I are just here. As much as we can see it, why the hell can't Marty see it? Because he's lost it. He's totally lost it. We compared earlier Vestergaard. Vestergaard has his strengths and weaknesses. Wayne said it. In as much as he's not the future with us, at least he has some moments. Ricky, when he comes on anymore, he's stabbing at players. That's why he keeps getting all these yellows. He's just not in shape or has the ability to play.
I just think his legs have gone. I think he is old. And, you know, with Jamie, look, whatever you say about Jamie, he wasn't as fast as he was in his prime. He couldn't be. But he was fast enough to still be able to do that role. But when you're defending, is Ricardo just as slow as Vestergaard, Jim?
I think I'm going to send that over to Wayne. Wayne, could Ricky P play in your Sunday morning footy league? Is he quick enough or is he too slow?
I think he could mark. We've got a 72-year-old player that's come back from a serious illness. He could probably keep up with him. Dave.
I saw your Sunday morning league when I was over there, and there's players who are in their 50s and 60s that are quick. I think Ricky would have a tough time with them.
Yeah. Just one thing briefly, Chris. Tom, we've not heard football friends because all this going on between Chris and Jim.
Yeah, I know, right? It's bizarre, isn't it?
Please no. Please no.
It must be all that holiday time Chris has had and time in the sun. It's sort of changed him, hasn't it?
I just can't be asked, if I'm honest with you. But we don't need that. Me and Jim, we're like that. I'm on top, by the way.
Poor Jim.
I know. I was going to say something there, but it refers more to the radio show than this. Tom, I had a you moment.
Yeah, which goal did you miss?
I didn't miss a goal, but I missed the fact that we won a penalty.
Yeah, to be fair, I missed that as well, Chris, because my head was in my hands at that point going, this is terrible. Yeah, it was amazing. We did win a penalty, didn't we?
Yeah.
Who won it for us, Chris?
I don't know. That's why I missed it. Who did?
His surname begins with R.
Yeah.
Ramsey?
No. More letters. Ending in O.
More letters.
He's
thing
slow.
is, though, okay, so had he been quick enough, he might have actually not been caught and got away with the ball and scored a goal.
Good point, Chris.
Yeah, and had he lost the ball and it not be a penalty, how the fuck would he have got back to help defend it?
True.
You don't think these things through, do you, Wayne? Let me just say that. But we come up with a handball. We got a penalty. The camera on my stream, the cameras weren't exactly being very helpful, and it took a while to bring sort of the replays up. I don't know whether Deco overread. I mean, he sent the keeper the wrong way.
It did, yeah.
But whether he would have been, well, I don't know who else. I mean, Ayer had gone off. Otherwise, I think Ayer would have taken it. I don't think there's anybody else on the pitch that could have taken it. Maybe still Archik. I don't know. So I suppose Deco was the obvious option. Sent the keeper the wrong way. Hit the post.
Yeah, it was remarkable, wasn't it? It really summed up like when things are going against you, there's a bit of bad luck there at the end just to really top it off. Yeah, because I couldn't believe it when he hit it and he just came back off the post. So it was a remarkable miss, really, but summed up the entire day for us. But we somehow get a rebound in despite that, really. But
I've got to say, credit to Silko Thomas.
Yeah, very quick.
He was there. He had the quickness of mind to do that. Like I say, and the only thing I wasn't happy with Thomas about was the fact, well, it wasn't his fault. I don't think he's a striker. But the fact that he was in that position and the quickness of thought just to slot it back in, because my stream wasn't the best, and I was thinking, where's the ball? Yeah, I was having difficulty to see the ball. I hadn't even particularly known it had gone in.
Oh, well, Chris, Leicester had problems seeing the ball today, so you're not the only one.
It's very true.
Hey, Chris, I got excited for Wayne because when that rebound went in, I got excited thinking, Manga got a goal for Wayne because he's normally on the left side, right?
Yes, good point. Good point, Manga. Yes. I mean, again, I've got to say, in Wayne's defence and in Munga's defence, what the fuck has he been doing? Because he's not been on. I know, right? He had a cold or something. He wasn't well, but bringing him on with how many minutes to go? 72, 15 minutes. Oh, no, stop! Don't start me off again. I've moved on from that. And then Page comes on for Ricardo. Finally, on 84 minutes, I got my wish, and he pulled Ricardo off. It's a horrible thing to see, but there we go.
Well, he performed so bad. Maybe he needed a bit of loosening up.
Well, yeah, should have done it in the changing room.
Pretty rigid performance, wasn't it?
Yeah, not on the pitch. I think Jim has no idea what we're talking about here. Finally, he goes off, and again, Ricardo, who knew he was on the yellow card. But QPR was still going for the fifth, and that's what I've got 86 minutes here. QPR still going for the fifth, and the fans were chanting, "We want 5." I mean, fair play to QPR fans. They were absolutely loving this, especially against the next manager. But it's 4-1. We go again on Christmas Day. I don't know which Leicester will turn up. Let's hope we don't get 11 turkeys. And let's hope we don't get a stuffing. Right. Sorry, come on.
What's interesting about this, just quickly.
So just that. Was that not a cracker?
It was a corker. It was pretty good. It was pretty good. Yeah. We were laughing on the inside, Chris. Maybe crying something as well, like after the football. Just a quick point, just quickly. QPR got hammered 7-1 earlier this season against Coventry, didn't they?
Yeah.
And what did it do for them? It gave them character, right? Do you guys see this result today giving us character? And isn't that a big part of the problem with this football club right now?
No.
No, and when you look as well, QPR 1 point off Millwall. You won't be able to see it. They're in 7th, 1 point off Millwall are in the playoff zone. Yeah. And they're only 3 points off Ipswich. And that's what happens after, as Tom said, after a 7-1 thumping. It's how you deal with it, isn't it?
Yeah. But we would have been in that position had we won. And we just won. It's gone now, isn't it? I'm just going to go and hang off that bridge. He's here, he's back. Don't worry. I wasn't worried, but don't worry. XG, just out of interest, was 2.05 for QPR, 1.11 for us. They had 12 shots. Apparently, we had 9.
No way. I don't remember half of those. Vestergaard passing it to Nelson's not a shot.
I think we should get BBC Verify onto their own figures here, because I don't think that's true. Talking of figures, it's that time. Rating and man of the match. We're going to do the rating first. I will start, and I am going to go a big fat 0. They were absolutely shite today in that first half. I'd probably go and watch Wayne's team on a Sunday morning and give them a higher score, because I'm sure they can pass, and I'm sure they know how to sort of get a ball out of defence, because we didn't. It was not even that to be unfair if I said it was like watching the kids or the women, because that'd be unfair to them. It was like watching. I mean, maybe we should put a bell in the ball. So they know where it is. There's plenty of bell ends on the fucking pitch.
Could you imagine how confused Daka would be up front if that happened? I mean, he definitely would score for 2 years then, would he, Chris?
Having said that, the whistle went actually on. I got all excited. The whistle went on 71 minutes. Oh, the referees put us out of our misery, but it was somebody in the crowd. I've given them a 0. Tom, what are you going for? You fucking dare say 5, mate, and you're not coming on this channel.
You need to get your video ready, Chris. I think we're football friends today because I've gone for 0 as well. Yeah, and for once, well, for many reasons, obviously, but the first reason is they turned up and they didn't even want to really be playing football because they turned up with just completely lackluster against QPR, gave no pushback whatsoever. And when we were 2 or 3 down, what were we doing? Passing it around the back. No drive, no energy, no effort, big fat 0. Bugger off back to Leicester on the coach.
Yeah. Jim?
They didn't even come off the coach, I don't think. And without you having to mark your book with that we agreed 8 more times, I gave us a big fat 0 until the subs came in. I give them a 1 total overall because the subs did at least have some energy. But I literally had crossed out, put up a 0 for most of the match. I give them a 1 barely because of the subs. And plus, I didn't want to agree with you again.
Well, no, I understand that. All I would say to you is this, Jim.
Your opinion is wrong.
Wayne.
I say a 1.
That was a long pregnant pause, wasn't it?
It was, yeah. I'll give it a 1 because we actually won the second half, Chris.
We did.
Smart man. Absolutely. One quick question. You know, your font for the numbers, Chris. That a double take. Somebody could almost read that as 1-1. We got a draw. Trying to hide the fact we got a thumb 4-1.
Put your glasses on.
I know.
Don't be that vain that you don't wear them. Well. All I will say, Wayne.
Our friend, football friend.
You want me to play it?
We are. Yeah, no, it was poor, but I do think the subs did do well. We played better. But my concern is that Marti is not bit of the formation, but the fact that Marti's said he likes to build character, that's very important. And it doesn't seem like we are building the character we need in this division. And that is my biggest concern over everything this season.
Right. Man of the match. Well, sorry, I should say Alan, who was there, very much agreed with you, Wayne, because he said at least we won the second half. If only Jock Wallace had got his plan approved. Mind you, I don't know. Anyway, he's gone 1 as well, so me and Tom were right, and a lot of you were, yeah.
You only get a 1 if you actually show any amount of effort, and there wasn't effort there today. That's why he got it.
He actually put 1 for turning up. In fairness, he did say 1 just for turning up.
We'd have lost 3-0 if we'd forfeited the match. That'd been better.
Yeah. Good point, actually. If we go down by 1 goal difference this season, right? Man of the match. Now, I did say earlier, I thought James, I couldn't decide between 2. Had James stayed on, he was the only one that showed any interest in playing well for me. And again, it's embarrassing that we're saying that about a lone player. But I'm not going to give it to James. I'm going to give it to Skip.
Upgraded to the waste paper bin. Awesome.
Because, yes, indeed. Because I think he did. I think he's playing better without Winks. I think he's making that position his own. I think he's got, indeed, Jaworski did show passion. He is forging a good partnership with James. I wouldn't have taken James off personally at that point, but there we go. Thomas. No, Monga wasn't on long enough, wasn't? I mean, what did Monga do to earn man of the match? No disrespect, Wayne, but no. But then Skip was asked to go actually play centre back again, and did it very well. You know, he didn't concede any goals, did he? Maybe we should play him instead of Vestergaard. Who knows? So I'm going to give it to Skip. Tom?
Well, this is crazy. We've both agreed for the first time ever on both of the answers.
Wow.
I've gone for Skip as well. Yeah, I mean, I think he actually showed a lot of running back, a lot of trying to win the ball, and a lot of individual hustle. It's a shame the team around him didn't show at the similar level, because we might have got a draw from this.
Exactly.
I'd buy that for $1.
We agree. Jim?
I think
I'm going for Monga for Wayne.
I think no. I think you'll know that Jordan Ayew, he had fire, he had desire today, and he was the only one player with it. So that being said, I'm not going to go for him. I'm going to go.
I just knew you weren't going to.
I'm going to go for our team's best center back, Ollie Skip. I think he played well in both his positions. Oh man, I wish I could remember. I listened. One of the announcers said something that I thought was so perfect. How one of the players. Oh hell, where was it? Oh, here it was. Kone muscles the ball from Dakova Reed, but he can't push past Skip. That's what the announcer said midway through the second half. He can't push past Skip. I thought he played well. He's continuing to play well, and I had him as my man of the match.
Scott is asking, was that Jim in his younger days with two lovely ladies? He has one lovely lady, and that's enough. Doesn't need anybody else. How can you win the bloody second half 4-0 down? It's a joke, great. It's a joke. Wayne, if you give it to fucking Monga, you definitely have.
No, Skip. Isn't it crazy how we've all agreed on Skip? Who'd have thought?
Who'd have thought?
The player that all the fans wanted hounding out the club.
Excuse me? All the fans bar one.
Who was that fan?
Who was that?
Was it?
Lanzarote Larry?
Lanzarote Larry, indeed.
Lanzarote Larry.
I was the one that was defending it. Do you not remember? Every time, everybody came on and said, "Oh, it went up 2 million ago," because somebody had come on and said, "Can't believe we paid 20 million for this guy." Next guy would come on next show, "Can't believe we paid 22 million for this guy." I think by the end of the thing, we'd got him for 70 million. Everybody, and I kept saying, "Give him a chance, give him a chance." Solomon, you either know or you don't know. But
It's either that, or it's quite worrying the fact that he's the only one putting any effort in, so it's making him look $1 million right now.
Yeah.
You have got it, Chris, and all you need to do is just bring that into the prediction league.
Should we see how many points you got today, Wayne? Shall we?
Here we go.
Yeah.
I got him for you, Chris. You want them?
No, I've got them down here.
Chris, I've ruffled Chris's feathers.
I don't want to know how many points I got. I'm in such a bad run at the moment. I don't want to know.
You got 3 points because you got 3-0 for Sheffield United.
So Wayne's got 3. Tom's got dos.
Oh, great. Ugh.
Larry's got dos.
Ooh.
And I only got 1, thanks to the jinx that Wayne put on me.
Oh, no.
On the prediction show. Oh, Jim, you're doing so well in the prediction league. And all he did was try to talk all this nice stuff so I would get out of my mojo, and it worked, Wayne. We're a dead man now.
That's the game, Jim. That's the game.
We all have a love-hate relationships. We love ourselves and hate everybody else. I'm going to say that Alan went for Skip.
Wow.
That's probably the first full house of the season, isn't it?
That's full house.
It only took us to lose 4-1 to work it out.
I know. Or maybe it's the fact that everybody else was so fucking awful. It was easy to pick one.
I think that's right. I think it was a case of who was the best of a bunch.
Exactly. Jim, come on, mate. I've missed this for 3 games. You're 3 of the best.
All right. Three things we learned. First of all, we learned that the whole Leicester team and Marty will be getting coal in their stockings after this performance for Christmas. We also learned a little side note. Wayne did get one of his Christmas wishes because Manga got to play again. So that was good. That was a good little Christmas wish. On a serious note, just a reminder, I'm trying to remind you guys that are ready to jump off the cliff. It's a long season. This was a pitiful performance, but it's just one game. I think what the team needs to do personally is burn the film, just toss it in the bin, and move on. This just put it behind them. We saw 3 decent performances before this. Just one thing take away, get more prepared for the beginning of the match. We got 2 home matches coming up. In fact, we have 5 out of the next 8 matches are at home. Let's go back, take back over King Power, and just write this one off. Let's not let it ruin our Christmas. So that's number 2. Number 3, Chris, glad to have you back. I mean, really, your wit and your wisdom and your comedy awareness is.
What was it? Shit and what?
No, wit and wisdom. So we're glad to have you back. However, we have booked you on the next Virgin Airlines flight to Lanzarote because I know how you feel about Virgin. So we got you on a Virgin flight to Lanzarote. All right?
I would not get on a Virgin airplane because I would never go on anything that didn't go all the way.
Oh, and then the last bit is this. Merry Christmas to all, and to all, good night.
Merry Christmas to you as well. Merry Christmas. Oh, God. If we all, hang on, I wonder if it will go over this. What do you? No, fucking hell, I can't be bothered. Oh, Wayne's going to feel like the odd one out now.
Yeah, I'll get Wayne.
Guys, thank you for everything this season. I don't know who's going to be available on Boxing Day. Tom, you said you were. Jim, are you available Boxing? Wayne is. You're not available. No, that is fine. I know it's a family day and everything. We'll do our best not to miss you. But thank you for everything to all of you for this year. And I'll tell you one thing about this year that I have loved, and that was meeting you, Jim. It was lovely to meet you all the way from America. Hope you and Bev have a lovely Christmas. Hope everybody has a lovely Christmas.
Thank you.
We're back at 6:00 on Monday. Somehow we're going to do a review show on this shit. I don't know how. And possibly at 9:00 we'll look at the whole championship with Tom. Guys, thank you very, very much indeed. Take care. I'll see you in the new year. I'll see you on Monday. Sorry.
Stay on, boys.
Good night.
Ho, 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 ho. Thank you for watching. Have a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.